To execute Operation Lifeline. Trumbull Valley remains the last county in the Mount Tanna region not completely overrun by the undead, but not for long. The valley is infested with plague hearts, and we have confirmed they are all active and spawning hunter hordes to destroy what remains of the human population. Greyhound 1 will drop into a forward observation base previously abandoned in more settled times. You will secure and restore this as your base of operations with the equipment on hand. With luck, you'll find some discarded equipment. Otherwise, you will need to scavenge, steal, or secure any resources you need going forward. Your task in Trumbull Valley, first and foremost, is to combat and destroy the plague hearts to buy time to complete your secondary objective. Throughout the valley are pockets of resistance. Locate these enclaves, assess their capabilities, and recruit as per Article 1. Recruit at least one specialist: chemist, computers, medic, mechanic, craftsman, and utility specialists. We will need their skills for the battles ahead and eliminate any hostiles to your mission. Also, anyone with immunity to the blood plague is a Priority 1 recruit. Do so at any cost. Once the civilians are secured, eliminate any remaining plague hearts. Extractions will take place between 0-100 hours and 0-300 hours on each odd-numbered day of the mission. Be at your base and extract the civilians to the legacy pool. Be careful, Commander. The undead seem to know what we are trying to do. We anticipate base sieges of varying intensity every 48 hours. Greyhound 1 has been equipped with the best equipment we could muster at short notice. Nurture and build this team into an army capable of resisting the undead and deliver your objectives. Good luck, Commander. We are counting on you.
Hey, kia ora, haere mai, greetings and welcome. I'm Guru, back in Trumbull Valley with Greyhound 1 and Operation Lifeline. How's everyone doing tonight? How you doing, Ash? It's good to see you. Hey, Philip, great to see you, mate. Bob, always a pleasure, mate. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. And Richard Mason, how are you, my friend? Good to see you. Clay Rector, awesome, awesome, awesome. Great to see y'all. Sorry about the slight delay in the start. My computer was kind of doing that clunky runny thing. I know, very technical, sorry. But yeah, I just did a little quick restart and now she is purring like a kitten. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Right, so getting straight into it. Gosh, I'm quite plagued. We have just the one specialist to rescue now, and that is someone with utilities who could be anywhere on the map. We don't have a lot of enclaves on the map, but there is a chance that maybe they've got a plumber. But yeah, that's going to be our focus, because once we extract out that utilities specialist, then we'll be ready to go ham on the remainder of the plague hearts, and it will turn into something of a bloodbath. Hopefully mostly theirs, but we'll take it from there. We'll see how we go. Just going to check the stats of the stream. Looking all right. Had a few problems recently, most self-inflicted. You know me, B-Team All-Star for life. Clay is happy to be here. Let's make this a great one, brother. I will do my best, man. There's a full hitter here. Yeah, it's a bit warm. It's a bit warm these days. Been in the southern hemisphere. It's the weather's picking up. It's been a bit humid recently. So I've eschewed the beanie for now. The only reason I wear beanies is because I love wearing beanies. There is no other reason, but I also enjoy not melting. So anyway, a lot of chat, a lot of chatter, a lot of talky, not a lot of doey. So let's get on with it. We probably need to swap out. Let's see, what are we carrying? Pretty loaded up. We're actually starting to reach the stage now where we do have to consolidate our resources. We just can't have people running around carrying this sort of stuff on them willy-nilly when we have other people going out there. We'll give them that 50 cal. Why not? Gets a hit on a feral or something. That'll be the end of that. Right, yeah, that'll do. Okay, who shall we go with? Shall we take Song? Why not? I don't even know what we're doing. I know we're putting Uptown into the infirmary, and we need a plan. Bob's usually my man on this one. What do we do, Bob? I think we've got some areas that we can search. We'll check our influence. Could do with a bit more influence. We got siege sites we can hit for influence. And I think we do get quite a lot in this mod. As well, yeah, because we need... God, if I go and see them, I'll probably get them killed. Because this will be all out for blood. And not just up to the perimeter. Anywhere close to this where they can hear me will draw the out for bloods. Could hit a play cart. Could hit a play cart. Could hit this play cart. That one's got a jug in it though. That infestation. We spent a fair bit of time looting around here. We could move into this area because we could always hit this one. Yeah, I think we'll pivot over to this area. I mean, we've got some targets here. We've got some areas that we can loot. And we can, if we get some influence here, what that'll mean is we will be able to recruit in that area. So that's what we're going to go with, just for now. Right. Everyone's favorite time, kitting up. Hey, White Rose, great to see you, mate. Great to see you. How you doing, my friend? I've missed so many streams recently due to travel. Dude, I have missed so much. I am... Yeah. Yeah, that's all good, mate. Hey, little dude, how you doing, man? Hope you're doing well.
That bullshit didn't kill me. It made me stronger.
We don't need to carry a lot here, I don't think. This guy's got, like, pockets for Africa. Seeing as we're kind of doing the investigative work more than anything else, shall we just hit this quickly? I think we will. What's our ammo situation now? Ammo situation's okay. Let's just check this one because I'm always forgetting to use that. But not this time. This time I remembered.
I'm not sure how much longer I can work with these idiots.
Yeah, we'll grab some 9mm.
You see the bullshit I have to deal with?
Whinging and moaning going on from the troops. We need to get a win on the board. We'll take one of those. It's doing delightfully devilishly. I like your alliteration there. Ah, it's good to see you. I know, to be fair, I've actually been really quiet on the streaming front. Just starting up again as well. And so, yeah, I get it, you know. A lot of my series, they go on for a fair while. I mean, I am a long play kind of player. And so when you invest in, say, 3 or 4 streams, that sort of thing, and then I go kind of a bit radio silent for a couple weeks, it can kind of knock your... It's unfortunate timing. You know, and you wonder, is he going to do that again? And then, you know, I've invested all this time and I'm not going to see how things conclude. That is not going to be the way. We are back. Now that I've started my job, I've been there for 2 weeks. It's a pretty big deal, my job. Ow. Ten influence, is that it? That's not particularly good, is it? Yeah, so I am starting it up again. I'm trialing midweek streams, but they're on at ridiculous times, like 1:30 in the morning Eastern Standard Time, because that's the only time that I can stream during the week. But, yeah, we're going to run with that for a little while. Who knows? Maybe people on the other side of the world, that works for them. But yeah. We're keeping on. That's for sure, but yeah. We want to go this way. Hey, Snickle. Pretty big deal, my job. No, I know you, Snickle. There's a double meaning in that. Nah. For clarity, because I'm too earnest for my own good. What I mean by that is it was a pretty big deal for me to get a job because I've been out of work for 4 months. Not I'm a big deal now because of my big deal job. It's fun to think that way though. Yeah, I know you. Wouldn't change you. Keep it up.
I have another task for you. Details forthcoming.
Alright, this is the zone. This is our new territory that we earned the hard way. Alright, let's have a look. Well, my army garage, Dirty Bird Espresso. Yeah, we're not going to be looting the whole time, that's for sure. But I just want to kind of get my chops under me before we go for a play cart. See? That's why. Because I'm hopeless. Hopeless. Funny. I had a feeling that was going to happen. Unusual that there's just one of them in there, but there is just the one of them in there. Hey, Thug, good to see you, mate. How you doing? Yeah, so the, sorry, to come back to what I was saying before about streams, because, yep. Shock horror, content creator, loves talking about himself. Yeah, I'm running my 7 days to die streams and my long dark streams during the week. And if I can fit in another little series in there, I might squeeze in a little State of Decay 2 video as well. But as it's summer here, you know, trying to pack in all these commitments into a finite span of time, so I'm not getting to watch a lot of content that I used to watch, unfortunately. I'm trying to work it in there, but it's just hard. Just hard. Alright, we didn't use that, so now to check down the truck so we don't accidentally use it again. Right. Actually a bit of a hike down there. I have been known to take little breaks from time to time. But I was nice and consistent through most of the period I was doing my long plays like No Man's Land and Pod. Be good to get back to that. Oh, that sounded like, looked like a curveball of some description. High temperature zombies. Okay, that's a new one. I don't think I've seen that one before. Yeah, let's have a drink. Alright, now I'm starting to think maybe a play card. There's this one down here. There's one down here which is pretty brutal. One in the barn. No. Yes? Oh, hang on. No, that was an infestation. That turns into a horrendous infestation. There's a jug there. That makes things a little more difficult.
Tastes like blood soup.
Okay. Space is done. Still, there's stuff to be got. There's some... There we go.
Locked.
The bonus. XP bonus is in place. I actually predict we'll finish this mod, this series, without ever having a leader.
All clear. Time to move on.
Hey, better, swing better. Ethanol. We've been pretty lucky in this playthrough with the number of like chemicals and ethanol that we've found. It's allowed us to craft quite a lot. Parts is 361 is not too bad, and we're carrying a few as well. What we might do
is seriously full of zombies.
Is it? Produce some more ammo, because we love ammo.
Really enjoy the peace and quiet while I can.
Ooh.
I think I just put myself on the menu. There's nothing left to salvage here.
Oh, there they are. Nice. That sounded juicy. All right, we'll drop this stuff back, and then I think we'll check our influence, which I'm pretty sure will still not be high enough.
No room for that.
There is no room for that. But we want it. Though the shadows are getting a bit longer, but nonetheless. Playguards have to go. They have to go. Pretty sure if that enclave there, which I don't think I can recruit from anyway, pretty sure if they did have someone with utilities, I would remember that.
If only I had room for it.
Only I had room for it. Any issue with this place is that the supply locker's upstairs. That's okay. You know, thinking about bases for State of Decay 3, I think the framework for the bases in State of Decay 2 are pretty good. But just having a little bit of more personalization might be quite nice. You know, talking, you know, being able to build, instead of building a facility per se, maybe having an area where you can place things so that you can have it just a little bit more to your own suiting. And maybe being able to remove and destroy clutter, that sort of thing. Be pretty nice. Hey Priscilla, how you doing? Hey Norm, how you going? Good to see you. Hope you're both doing well. Did you bring the same car? Come in the same cab? Great to see you. Oh, we haven't searched that out. The internal loot goblin is going off the hook at the moment. We'll grab it because there's usually some pretty good stuff in those. And then we might look at a plague heart. Pretty sure it's this one, right? Clonk. Oh, is that it? Oh, 2 of 9 containers. I misread that completely. Does not bode well for the next plague heart assault. I put it down to senility.
Sweet.
There's an owl on their lamp, on their mantelpiece, on their dresser, on their shelves. I have a pet owl somewhere in here. Where is it? I think it's on the shelf behind me. I love owls. They're just cool. Ooh. No, you don't. Oh, that is good. If we thought we were making plenty from our garden before. Oh, okay. Surprise. Bet you didn't know I was going to do that. I didn't. Oh, you jerk. To be fair, it's been a long time since one of them screamed. A State of Decay 2 standards. Hero was a max level. Shall we see what that does? Plus 68 max health, minus 50% injury severity. And we've got clean toilets. Blunt knockdown, blade lethality, grand slam cost. I'm not actually sure what the grand slam is. Is that the heavy weapon swing? That's what I would call the grand slam. You know, the execution. We've missed a container somewhere. And it is... Wow. Oh, out the back. Okay. Could be a fuel can. Probably not, though.
There's nothing left to salvage here.
Chems. Getting a bit low on gas, that's for sure. Brum brum. Now, question is, which plague heart? Got a molly out of that. It's not too bad. See, this is actually doing us no good whatsoever. It was just in there because, you know, it's a garden thing. They're all good. It's good. Sure. Definitely that. We definitely want some more shotgun ammo. Oh, and gas for the vehicle and all the other trimmings for a plague hard run. Take twice as many of those. 26 stims. We are not hurting for stims. That is true. Fuel bombs and napalm. Takes a little while to go off the old napalm, but might even take a whistling box mine. Some more health. And even more health. No, that's enough health. Anything else you reckon? We could go with some of those. Those could be useful. You know what I did forget? The gas. 1 second.
Now that I'm not dying, I guess I better find something to do.
And a heavy weapon. Right, 1 plate of Dismay, plague heart on the menu. Do we go up the road to where the gun shop is, or do we go down and take out the nearby one here? And on, oh, that'll draw in all the out for bloods. Alternatively, we've got up the road behind Jurassic Junction. Not sure whether what's even up kind of this way. Feels like that's moving away from where we need to do. Tell you what, we'll test it out. I reckon we're going to possibly come a cropper, but we'll give it a go. We'll just see how bad these out for bloods are at this hour.
If I take out the nearest plague heart, this might just clear up.
Now, of course I can use the vehicle to block off the entrance and all of that, but we know that's not how I roll. Hopefully they can't get on that. I think they possibly can.
Never do get used to the smell.
Hello to all citizens of Trumbull Valley.
Ah, this is the perfect time to get an update from what's your chops.
Worried about my friend Ray Santos. He hasn't been answering his emails, and I'm getting a little worried. I'm sure it's fine, but I'd appreciate it if someone could check and make sure everything's okay.
Silent Feral. Let's go. Oh, shit. Oh shit, there he is. Oh dear. Oh no.
The infestations around here have gone quick. Maybe too late to avoid a siege.
Oh shit. Okay, this sucks.
Catch my breath.
Haha, with a push. Sawson would love that. Oh, out for blood. Out for blood. Feral, feral, feral. Out for bloods. Hey Paul, how you doing? Guru, did you know this is a free heart? Yes. But where's the fun in that? The coolest kill I've ever seen on this heart though was Bob Cadaver. Time to go. Pulling up and destroying it with a vehicle. He parked a vehicle next to it, blew up the vehicle, and it killed the heart. Ain't seen better. You're right. Love to eat cheese. Oh shit. But yeah, no easy options. Well, I wouldn't say no easy options. I did use a 50 cal to kill one of these play carts in that house from the roof of that place, but you know, yeah, parking cars and that sort of thing, that's not really my thing. I just like I wouldn't even, I mean, whether you call it cheese or not, I don't you know, don't really have a strong opinion on that. But I like to let the game throw everything it has at me. That's just the way I like it. Because I'm like that. Sweet, we'll swap him out. Uptown's just gotten back from some... Oh, craftsmanship, we have to get him off. I've given him the big tick and I haven't even extracted him. Well, he'll be extracted tonight. Soto... Tuilepa? Not Magoo. Uptown, I do like Uptown, he's pretty good. Frank. Soto's pretty good as well. We'll take Soto, because could even get a little bit better. I shop every day, but I do not cartwheel to the shop. Fair enough. I know what you're saying. When I moved cities and we carted 40 cubes worth of various household bits and bobs down here, the guy who was in charge of driving the truck, the contractor, he did say to me at one point, "Why do you always do things the hard way?" And I had to say to him, because I didn't park the truck right by the garage to offload it and stuff. I just said, "Oh, I don't know, I'm just wired that way." Siege? Wow. Dang. It's unfortunate. We better go deal with that, because them's the rules. Take some nades. Lazy and efficient. Oh yeah. Efficiency is not my middle name. That's why I'm always scrambling for resources. I mean, don't get me wrong, I used to when I was, yeah. I've tried playing all different kinds of ways and just settled on something which is a good fit. And that would be my recommendation to anyone. Try different styles and different approaches and different challenges and all of that sort of thing, and find the one which suits you best and just enjoy that one. Mix it up from time to time if you want, but, you know, at the end of the day, your game to play however you like. So don't look at how I play and go, that's for me, because it might not be.
Yeah, I know that's a lot of zombies.
You would be terrible streaming, so boring? Well, you'd be surprised actually, because yeah, you might surprise yourself. Something doesn't always, like, I was wondering that, because I was wondering whether I was too boring in my earlier days streaming. So, you know, I was crouching and stealthing a lot more than I do these days. Not that I consider that boring, that was my natural play style, you know, in all honesty. And I was quite okay about that. Quite okay doing that. Is this something else? Yeah, we'll see how we get on. See how we get on with this. Where are my shotgun shells? Boom. And so I was actually wondering whether people were finding my content a bit slow, because, you know, a lot of it was planning and being efficient and all of that sort of thing. I've kind of got lazy, I guess, is what you could say.
I see a freak zombie.
These days, I don't put so much emphasis on it because I can compensate just with the hours that I've put into the game. I'm fairly decent. But early on, absolutely.
Let that horde get inside.
Woo. That Armored was getting jiggy with it. He's getting jiggy with it again. We better put him out of his misery. Oh, that was a despawn. That's no good. I will come back to what I was saying. Just a sec.
Oh hey, that's my last magazine.
Yeah, so I was a little bit worried that it wasn't, you know, action-packed enough, and so I put up a poll, and ooh, shit.
I can't catch my breath.
Ow! We took quite a bit of damage from that. It's one of my secret little guilty secrets there, Priscilla. I quite like that song. Alignment. 762, we'll grab that.
Wow, down to my last magazine.
Alright, we've still got a bit going on here. Yeah, but I put up a poll which was said, do you guys want to just see everything? Or you just want to see kind of just the action bits and I'll edit the boring stuff out? And it was like 85%, about 40-50 people replied, did the poll, which was a large number, very large number when I did it. And I was gobsmacked. I thought it would be like 60-40 or something like that with just give me the action, but it was 85-15 to show me everything. So it was like, oh really? So sometimes you just don't know these things. We're gonna use that because we still want to operate SOD2. chase me all the way back to my base. Nice. Yeah, there's Priscilla. Everything. I want to see it all. And yeah, so, you know, I think it was, and I'm speculating here, people were just interested to see how other people approach the game. The decisions that they make, the strategies that they take. The mistakes they make. Hey, Camille! How you doing, my friend? My friend? My brother? I did a awesome bunny hop earlier for you. To be fair, Soto's still training up. There we go. Speaking of training up. Oh, hello. Here we go.
Thank God we made it through.
Yeah, it'd still be boring. I'd watch you, Paul. At least for a bit. As long as I could. I've always encouraged people who want to give it a go to give it a go. After all, you never know. You might start do it and go, oh, that was fun, but nah, not for me. Or you might just go, oh my God, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. And it could be a whole new career path. You might just be better than what you think you are. Well, that looks a lot nicer. We'll head back. No, we won't. 8:14. We've got to extract. Got to extract our civvy. So maybe we'll come down here and we'll clean out the ultra garage. But we will swap out. Because resources are pretty slim. They seem to do quite well as a backup weapon. Sorry, as a base defense weapon. Right, we turn this on. And we almost need to build a still. Somehow. Somewhere. Not a lot of flexibility in this base. That's cool. Does this matter which room it's in? I'm still... No, it is giving me that plus 10 power. Yeah, that's fine there. Facility action speed, that would be good. Come on, Noble, even you can't screw this up.
I'm gonna rest up a bit.
Alright, we're going to sort something out. Sort out an infestation, so we'll take some of those. Right. What do we not got? Fire. in 13 seconds.
Bloater in sight.
Wow, completely out of gas. How do we even get it back there? Okay, I'm not seeing the bloater, that's okay.
No.
Just drop this out and put the pill press in. Having a door makes me a little bit nervous, but we lost the enclave that we had that gave us roadside assistance. Haha. All right. All right, so we're going to go up against an infestation here, so if you've heard this advice before, then sorry, this is for the newbies. When at night, unless you've got a time constraint, there's no need to rush. Take your time. Running around and sprinting does not make it daylight any quicker. Now, the infestations are actually quite good at creating enough noise that other zombies come to the party by themselves. After shooting, we'll put some distance between us. Hopefully they will go to where they did the shotgun, although that one there heard me sprinting. We go around the back this way now. We'll be able to sneak up on the screamers themselves. See the other one anywhere? There he is. Here we go. Oh, got a friend.
Can't do it.
Hey, you know, some days, some nights in State of Decay 2, a boring night is a great night. Right, okay. As soon as we're here, we took that out. We'll search these two shops, dump whatever stuff we've got left. I think we've probably got enough for, yeah, we've got enough influence now for a new enclave.
I don't know who left this line around, but they're lost. Oh look, more nothing. It's useful, I guess.
I never even noticed the high temperature zombies. Maybe someone can tell me what that is. Nothing wrong with playing safe at all. In fact, unless you like consciously choose to play recklessly, playing safe is the
Everything seems calm here.
best option. And absolutely, if a new player, you're trying to move from one difficulty level to the next, or, you know, trying new maps, or in any way kind of pushing your boundaries a little bit, or exploring new areas that you're uncertain of, unsure of, unfamiliar with, then yeah, play it safe. Survival first. Particularly early in any game that you start, because you can't win on the first day, but you sure as heck can lose. And by lose, sometimes that's even just such a bad start, or maybe you do something dumb, etc., that you just go, ah, oh, I'm down to my last character now. Do I even want to keep going? Nah. You start again, but always leaves a bad taste in your mouth. We were going to do something here. What was it? Pills. That's what it was. Only 3. That's 22. Paul creates bad situations to farm enclaves, then stays out and watch. Hey, I've seen some glorious battles, raging battles. Various enclaves, etc. Trying to do a solo. Oh, wow. Trying to do a solo only survivor now. It's tough. I think I got the idea from Sorsum. Wow, yeah, he is pretty much the solo king. Although, also as well as Sorsum, very good friend of mine, and excellent content creator and State of Decay 2 player, especially on solo type challenges. Hey, Snickle, thanks. Missed stuff. Was hell diving. Yeah, fair enough. Like the no hat look. Like the no hat look. Oh, me! Actually, me. Yeah, well, it's coming up to summer, so maybe I'll just take that out, you know. I'm grey all the way through. Grey's one of my favourite colours now. See, grey top, grey jumper thingy, grey hair. Maybe that'll be my new theme. When I do wear a beanie, I do have a grey beanie. When it's cold, I wear the ones that Mrs. Creature sent me. I think I was talking about something. What was I talking about? It was Great Wall, yeah, exactly. Like a very specific chameleon. Start my own music group. The Grey Man group. Oh, we were talking about solos. Right, yes, because, yeah, another content creator who I'm a big fan of, Jay Talbot, recently posted a video of his solo playthrough. Of all 5 maps, I believe. And asked his audience to hype it up. So here I am, hyping it up. I haven't watched it myself. I've watched a very small part of it. And already, you know, it's totally Jay Talbot. Just like roller coaster, brilliant editing, like a brilliant intro, like a movie. I swear he's been to film school or something like that. He knows how to do it. Right. But yeah, Sawson was the first person I saw complete lethal zone solo with a knife. I'm considering it. I'm considering it. What do you guys reckon? Because I have got Trash Can Larry just kind of sitting there in my legacy pool. I was thinking about busting him out into a solo. No cheese solo though. So like using the word cheese. It's no safety nets. No safety nets like standing on cars or blocking houses or something. Same play style as what I've normally got because that's what I enjoy. But going solo. I don't think I can do it with on Lethal Zone. Oh, there's just no way. But I thought I might be able to do Nightmare Zone. Yeah. Priscilla, the only time I've really played solo, apart from experimenting with a lone wolf mod, was with Source and playing multiplayer. So it's kind of the only time I've played solo was with someone else. It's kind of weird. Right. Still got an hour or so to kill before. Do we drive down here and do a trade run? We could get down there and back, and they might have utilities. I don't think so, but we can try. They might have toolkits. We'll do that.
That's one weird looking juggernaut.
Gonna have to take this vehicle. Yeah, it was a while ago. It's just, yeah. It was good fun. Yeah, do we want to take notes? Okay, I'm going to take a screenshot of that. Oh, no, I can't. Where are we up to? We're up to 104. I was going to send him a note. Right, okay. Tell you what, we'll keep it. It's easy. Tell you what, we won't sell that. We'll... These suck. I'm sorry, they just do. Even the grey ones. Hey, Floodgate, how you doing, mate? Kia ora, bro. I am indeed a Kiwi. The Kiwi. Actually, I'm not the Kiwi. I'd say Rycon Roleplays is the Kiwi. He made the news. That was the first time I heard about streaming. Way back in the day. Anything else we can sell? Yes, that. We'll never use that. And what we might have to do, let's drop these. Goes up.
Nowhere for that to go.
Oh. How's that for efficient? That's terrible. All right. We have to come from this direction. One person left there. Definitely not utilities. The rovers. Let's go. He says smashing into everything when he hasn't got a toolkit. Annoying thing, we have to go through some choke points. We might not have any other solutions than going straight through a big pile of zombies. That would be bad if we lose our vehicle out here. So this is a little bit risky. But if we're going to lose anyone, I'd be okay losing Noble. We're in the extraction hour, so we better be bloody quick. It's about to dump a ton of snow. Where are you, Flood? Ah! Shit. Now, see, if I did a solo and I flipped my car, I wouldn't flip it back up again because I wouldn't be able to recruit anyone. That would be scary. Yeah, don't dox yourself or anything, man, but I'm always interested to find out what part of the world people are from. I'm from Taranaki, New Zealand. US-Canadian border. Oh, yeah. Holy shit.
Plague zombies in all directions.
I was up that way when I was 14 with my folks visiting cousins in Canada. And one of the things I remember from all that time is our stopover in Syracuse, where we switched planes, and it was so cold, so wintry, and it was quite late at night that the very weather seemed to suck all of the color out of everything. It was just very kind of black and white and grey. Not in a bad way. It was just a phenomena that, you know, I don't really experience where I come from. Indiana.
Good to see you.
You're Indiana too. A-Cup's Indiana. Colts are doing pretty well this year, or they were. I think they were 6-2 last time I saw them. But they might have been losing against the Bills. Maybe. Not too sure. Alright, who we got? Cooking. These guys are all cooks. Is this the one? He's a cook. And Ken is a herbalist. Okay.
Hey, you.
They're not recruitables,
What do you say to a
but
bit
we'll
of
sell them
bartering?
stuff.
Why not? Oh, hey there.
And have they got a toolkit?
So.
They do, so we'll take that. Not cold to the snow, almost hovers in the air, it's so dense. Yeah, I think coldest I had was they get it? Not getting up. Yeah, it was in Canada. I think it was like -40 or something. Ridic.
Hey, what's up? Let's tackle. Okay.
Yeah, let's get all their influence that they're willing to sell us. Alright, we've got an hour to get back. We better hustle.
How's it hanging?
Good.
What do you say to a bit of
Hanging
bartering?
Yeah.
good.
Sure.
And is there anything there we want? There is not. Nope. Go back the way we came. Not gonna worry about trying to fuel up this vehicle till we get out of the out for blood.
I'm in deep shit out here.
Sounds like somebody's in trouble.
Ah, they heard us. Oh, well, I would have just quietly turned over and gone click, turned the radio off. Did you hear something? No, I didn't hear anything. No, that was a collective hallucination. Forgot that existed. Go check it out some other time. Do you have the Fuel the Plague part? No, we've got oh, we could do. We've got Black Plague Heart and we've got Out for Bloods overlapping. Yeah. It is possibly the worst combination that I can think of. I've run into fueling the plague hearts a fair few times on No Man's Land with, you know, ridiculously strong plague hearts, where it's been they've been completely debuffed. Sorry, debuffed? Yes. No, buffed, so that they are resistant to the zombie flames. However, I set a world record, well, I call it a world record, of 10 seconds from entering a house and destroying the plague heart inside it. Because the the fueling the plague zombies blew up and destroyed the heart. I was just trying to get out of the room. Yeah, I'll show you on the map. 37 minutes. We did push our luck on this one, didn't we? All right. Okay. Legacy pool. There he is. So this is the equivalent of extracting by chopper. Our specialist.
At a certain point, every community needs a voice of leadership.
Way.
Everything for so long.
Be safe. Don't get dead.
Yeah, we can't have a leader yet. Nice one. So that's our craftsman. So, yeah, that's right. I was going to show you the deal down here. Yeah, so here's our Black Plague Heart. And this is out for blood. So it's like defense and depth. This is something the Russians would have had in World War II. Just minefields. Yeah. How many have I extracted so far? We've extracted every specialist survivor that we needed, except utilities. Yeah, this is just brutal. That's gonna be, yeah. That's a end of stage boss situation right there. Alright, Noble actually did okay. And now he's gonna fix his vehicle. Yeah. Out for Blood is possibly one of the worst ones. Yeah, Out for Blood would be the worst curveball for me because it just messes with my strategies. If I go stealth, it doesn't work. If I go rage, it doesn't work. Yeah, there's just something about Out for Blood. It really messes with me. Possibly because, you know, I don't have the mini-map on to see when they're sneaking up, and so when they sneak up, they're actually sprinting up at ridiculous speed, so I get caught out a lot and I get bitten, and yeah, I do struggle with Out for Blood. We want to go down there? No, we didn't. Yeah. But we will have to take it on. Trying not to damage the vehicle. Yeah, they move so fast. Yeah. And they like sprint in front of your vehicle. And they destroy that. And they're just the chaos that it brings. When I was learning how to play State of Decay 2, you know, I'd come to a field, say, and there might be 5 or 6 zombies kind of not aggroed, but kind of moving about the field, and it would kind of be like a puzzle game. How can I get behind each of them in order to execute them? That was weird. I think I just ran into the back of his head and his head exploded. Okay, Noble, you suck, but we'll send you in. Tool up for Plague Heart Assault. Might have to deal with a feral before we do that. Oh, Norm would normally say, did you put the sanitizing machine back in? And I would normally go, whoops, nope, I forgot. But this time I remembered. Didn't need anyone to tell me. Oh, gosh. Choose your weapon. That's a good net. You're going to save that one, though. That one's still in pretty decent shape. Right, some fire would be good. Those did seem to confuse them a little bit. He's right outside.
Nasty infestation over here.
Ah, right across the road? Yep. One more thing we have to do before we take on this plague heart. Uninfected. Exactly the kind of enclave we're looking for. I always cut the corner on this. That's not been there, is it? Ha! Sure, let's go check him out.
Plague zombies in all directions. Better be careful.
Honey hop. Oops, sorry. Crawler got me on the ankle. All right, we're looking for utilities. Looking for utilities. Looking for utilities. Huh. Was unnecessary? Political science.
Hey there.
It would be good if you could actually like hover over them and it'll tell you what they are. I'm sure that's a little, those little extra QOL things will come in State of Decay 3, I'm sure. Right, let's see how we're looking. Don't have a lot of fire. All right, those were not the survivors we were looking for. That's more than one. Yeah, 2 of them. Come on, lads, this way. A fuel situation. Come on, boys. Wow, this guy can just run and run and run. Just treat him like a normal feral.
Okay, time for a close encounter. It's damaged. Gotta keep that.
Oh no. These guys do enough damage to like wipe you out in seconds when there's that many of them.
Fire in the hole!
Is that a good throw? None survived that. Oh yeah. Go, get out, get out, get out. Fuck, that was close. Brutal.
I gotta steer clear of these plague zombies for a while.
That was nasty. Holy crap. We can't get any more infection without being plagued.
I don't know, left this line around.
Oh, gee.
They're lost.
All right, I've changed my mind. Noble might actually be okay. That happened to me yesterday. Couldn't put the car in reverse and blow to hug the car with my survivor in it. I hope they got away. Speaking of bloaters, there's some more. I'm tempted just to have a quick catch up with these guys because it said Enclaves had new items for trade. And if they've got a toolkit, that would be alright.
Hey, what do you say to a bit of bartering?
Yeah, why not?
They got shotgun shells, which are ridiculously expensive. 22 for that, though. Sure, mate, that's yours. Barely survived. Yeah, well, that was a close one, too. Dark side, that would have been it. All over. All over Red Rover. It did put me into a little bit of a panic as well. I was looking at my buttons going, am I pressing the right buttons to get out of here? I wasn't 100%, to be honest.
No room for that.
Alright, we're going to swap Noble out. Target a new play card. Just clear what's left in the vehicle. Except that. We'll just put that straight in. Keeping an eye out for random bloaters. Sweet. Just in case. And we'll give him Osprey. And he's tired. Okay, let's have a look. So, alright. So they're friendly and not really recruitable anyway, and the cooldown is another 29 minutes. Let's see. Okay. How we doing? We're going an hour and a half already. What we'll do is we're going to swing down here and take on this plague heart. But first, I'm just going to have a quick break, refill my water bottle, and then we'll come right back and we'll get into that. So don't go anywhere. I'll be just a couple minutes, and then we'll be back with some more furious action. All right, thanks for watching so far. I hope you're enjoying it. See you soon. Alright, sorry about that. Back into it. I always like the break music. Yeah, a lot of people do actually. When I went on a long break to recently, I actually thought, should I just put a continuous stream of the Be Right Back music up? See how many views I get. Right, we are swapping out because we are going to take on a new heart, and it's that one, like I said, and we are going to use Uptown. And Noble actually did okay for once in his life. Right. Tool up. Do it and fall asleep to it. Let's see, when am I next away? A couple of weeks away, actually. Yeah, a couple of weekends away. I'm off down to Christchurch. So maybe then, when I go away, because I won't be able to put anything else. I won't be streaming anyway. L9's... No, we're not going to use that. We like the custom. Civilian, yeah, you can do better. Just makes me long for a custom. Right. That. 5, eh? 5's pretty good. Like that. Those two. Starting to run a little bit low on the old, oh, 6 nades. Holy shit. That is actually quite good. And we'll take 3 of those. We'll take some ammo. The noise, yeah, the fireworks do distract them a little bit. Even if they're not exactly just leaving the operating area, they're influencing their behavior. Maybe slowing them down just a little bit. Right. Is that all we want? We definitely need some fire, right? We've only got 1 napalm left. $456. That's okay. Real expensive, but we'll take it. Let's go. Out of interest. 4 per day. Nice. Ah, it's gonna be 8 per day now. Meds are stable. Ammo's increasing slowly. We can speed that up a bit. Still no toolkits. Yikes. Now we can see how wrong that can go very soon, very quickly. He wandered all the way down there, that colonial zombie.
Whoa, a lot of plagues up.
Fucking A.
Oh, now you tell me. Oh, classic. Right, I'm thinking we'll just dump this here.
Ah, shit, a feral.
It's just the one. It's going crazy though.
It's a headshot.
It was like it was locked into its attack pattern. Yeah, neat little trick that. If the feral jumps on the side, you know, just switch seats, jump out the other side of the car. Even if you bolt in the other direction, you'll have this start on them. Ah, okay, yeah. Don't want to aggro the bloater, because he might be able to help us out.
I gotta make this quick.
Shouldn't have done that. Oh my god, I'm just getting dicks.
Okay, running on empty.
Alright. Enough of that. Come this way, my friend. Or is it down here?
If I get any sicker, I'll need a bullet to the face.
And not work as planned. I think I had to shoot him first. Oh well. We live and we learn.
Almost empty. I need a break. Shot. Yeah, looks like I will be on your menu today.
Oh, these guys are coming in thick and fast. Ooh. Oh!
Using my last magazine.
Oh yeah, so smooth.
Hey Fox, how you doing? Yeah, I think we're gonna go back for a restock. Glad to hear it. I'm doing tickety boo. All is good. Oh. Oh. Spirit on the charge as well. I hear. Nice work.
Headshot.
Yep. Holy shit. Not gonna mess with him with these guys coming in.
Whoa, bloater. That power is nasty.
I'm not sure I'm making this any better. My outpost. These guns are expensive to fix.
I'm slowing down.
Now I set them off like dogs barking in the neighborhood. Alright, that could have gone better. 30-hour shift. Bloody hell. That's crazy. Respect. Much respect. I did 13-hour shifts like for a week. And I basically would get to the factory, I'd go in there, I'd work for 13 hours, and then I'd come out, and I'd drive home, and I'd stop off at Georgie Pie, and I'd eat a pie, and then I'd go home, and I'd go into bed, and I'd fall asleep. And this was a night shift as well. Get up, go to work again. Yeah. And I was a young buck too. It was hard work. Do a stream where you're going to play with no HUD at all. Like, honestly. Yeah, good on you if you can. Yeah. If you can, that would be great. Do a stream where we play with no HUD at all. So, see, the problem with that, if we go to the HUD and we turn it off, looks pretty. I use no HUD all the time when I'm like doing free cam stuff and all of that sort of, you know, doing thumbnails and whatnot. But there's no kind of pointer for your gun. So, yeah, no crosshair I find difficult. And having no other indication of health, like a red screen or something when you're getting injured, or a blue screen when you kind of, these are things, you know how to aim, well, yeah, I could probably do that, but I think I would struggle with not knowing my health, dealing with not knowing my health and not knowing my stamina, because these are things which you can intuit to a great degree in reality. Being a bad shot, I can absolutely comport with that. I'd be a crap shot in real life, so if I wasn't using a crosshair and was a crap shot, that's totally down to skill. But not knowing that your arm is hanging off or that you've been killed, then, you know, that's a bit different. So that's about the only reason why. If I could, like,
away from the plague zombies. I'm not
take the crosshair away, then I might give that a go.
I could use a hand over here. Can you spare someone?
Right. Tui Leap hasn't been out for a run. But I respect people who play like that. Heck yeah. Very impressive. Alright, she's not quite so... She's got one of those, though. We tend not to put chokes on the KSG because we like a nice wide spread. What we're doing, ammo. Don't have any of that type. And go. With mods. Yeah, I mean, if there was a mod out there, I might give it a go. But, yeah, I mean, it's a skill test, isn't it? I don't know if that would work in my favor. Okay, we'll go back and we'll have another smash at this thing. Don't have a lot of bullets. More shotgun shells than anything else. Mind you, Fox, you're in the next... You're next level to me when it comes to challenges. I like challenges within or rather I do challenges within a subset, you know. Within a series of parameters. Game balance ones, that sort of thing, but like the really punishing ones like solos and no HUDs and those kind of test of... I like a good survival test, but I wouldn't say I'm a particularly good gamer. Which is a different skill entirely.
How would I get this job again?
That didn't take long. Oop. Wow, that's quite a nasty area to jump out into. I think I might have accidentally used aim snap. Wow, there's a first time for everything. Nice. This is my favorite. Actually, that wasn't my favorite. The running kick when they're on the ground is my favorite. These guys are ignoring. Don't you guys realize the heart is... Oh, the heart's not calling. Sucked me in. Fell for that one.
Fire in the hole! That sure left a mark.
Oop. Woo!
Last one left.
Oh boy. We're not going out that way. Ow.
Gotta kill that screamer.
Oh, I didn't see that guy. Chapeau.
Almost out. It's hurting. Don't let up now.
Oop. Oh, wow.
You guys can't get rid of me that easily. What's next?
Fuck me. Vicious.
Last one left.
Jeepers creepers. It's nearly done. Ah, there's another feral in this scene. Man. They just keep spawning in. Right before it scream, if you really close to the screen, just you evade and it cancels. Use, okay. See, that's the difference between a gamer. That's a true gamer. See, I never remember stuff like that. I think we might swap out.
Shut your mouth.
That was styly. You gotta say, that was styly. Who wants materials? I want meds.
I'm headed your way. Hold the fort.
Yeah, okay, we can give them meds.
Thanks.
Where do we get meds from? Excuse me. Wow. Anyone around here got meds? Meds. They want meds. There are meds where? Meds in there? We don't know. There could be. Just have to find out. All right, back in we go. Yeah, there's that kind of dodge mechanic as well, which enables you to skip the animation for using the plague cures as well. Sometimes I do it by accident. Setting up some sort of ambush there, that's for sure.
Hey, are you listening out there?
Hiking down here sucks. So we will actually come up to here. Oh, that bloater is just nasty.
You did not want to know what makes plague territory smell this bad.
Feral could still be around.
What a wonderful smell we've discovered.
Bloody hell. Son of a bitch, shit. This is not my best warrior, but... Hey, Jason, how you doing? Fox is using a mod called Zombie Default Roar. Quietens the screams but increases the screamers. Yeah, that's a nice balance. That's something I'd be way into trying. Because they're a bit crazy sometimes.
Hey, remember that little task I had you working on?
Yeah, I know. We do want to do that, even though we can't recruit them. It's a long way to go, though. Why meds? Why couldn't they want something else? Sorry, Jason, be right with you. It's just that there's a couple bloated... Oh, no, they've got up. One of them's got up. Think of it. It's level 1. It's level 1. Both level 1s. Okay, fair enough. Jason says, it's like my good old friend Jason D says in his head, ki ma ma ma. Okay. Sometimes it's whatever works. And we want meds somewhere. Oh, I think we're going to have to head back to base. Oh, gas. Nearly forgot. How are we doing for time? Oh, we're a little bit over. I was planning on streaming for a couple hours today. We can go a little bit longer. Tell you what, we should be able to find other survivors again. Jason V is Jason Voorhees. Ah! You know, I haven't actually watched that much of the Halloween series. Maybe, I think I might have watched some of the first one and then like number 14 and stuff like that. I wonder what number they're up to these days. Oh, that was a bloater down there. They are hiding extremely well at the moment. Come on, keep going, you old clunker. Here we go. Tell me you were joking when you said Halloween for Jay. It's not Halloween? Oh! We had meds in the back of the fucking trunk. Oh, that's on me. Back we go. Haven't faced Halloween. What is... Isn't Halloween Jason Voorhees? Halloween is Michael Myers. Ah! Same applies then. Ah, actually, yeah, I think I was talking about Michael Myers. So Jason Voorhees... he's Friday the 13th. He's Hockey Mask. That's the one. Yeah, I've seen even less Friday the 13th. But it is like... horror canon for the entire horror genre of movies, so I'm sure I've seen some of it. Got to have.
Remember, always take bloaters out from a distance. You don't want that toxic stink anywhere near you when they pop.
Thanks for the advice. And where we go? So we had meds in the back the whole time. I hope we get there in time. That's all I'll say. And there's bloaters still down here as well. And we got to dodge.
Here's a bunch of stuff I scavenged.
Better than nothing. We're not going to cut the corner this time. Oh, yes we are. Because if we don't, we'll hit all those things. Zombies, they're called.
Later.
Grouse.
Later.
Okay, bro. Here you go.
Much obliged. Don't get dead, okay?
Agreed.
Later.
Rooftop recon.
Hey, what's up?
You got something for me?
It's a running joke, that is. And they introduced almost no crap. You know, decent stuff at all. Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. Well. We did destroy that play cart. Sun's coming down. We haven't got too much longer before night falls. Sally and Jason at this point will never fight each other since Jason is not in production. Right, okay. Is that kind of like Superman, Batman versus Superman, but horror, in horror terms? Sorry. I always thought Batman versus Superman was a crazy idea. Because wouldn't Superman just like grab Batman, pull him apart, and then throw him into space? I mean, what could... Honestly. What could he realistically do?
Swing this thing.
Yeah, ages ago, right? Never saw it. I'm not big on
We might actually
superhero movies anymore.
It's locked. Figures. Well, that was noisy.
No, I didn't mind the early days. Then it all got a bit of a muchness. We got all the good stuff out of this, didn't we? Alright, we'll leave that in the heart. The heart will always appear on the map until it's looted. Bang, bang, bang. I'm sure there was a Friday the 13th versus Michael Myers, wasn't there? Or was that Freddy Krueger? Yeah, that was Freddy Krueger. Nightmare on Elm Street. Just went to prove what they said.
Should probably take a break
That a
before I
big
fall over.
horror supervillain will beat a good, small horror supervillain. Yeah, Jason versus Freddy, that was the one. Freddy versus Jason. Sorry.
Oh, this again.
Can you imagine that? Freddy versus Jason, Kramer versus Kramer. Bullets, nice. Mind the fake heart husk, which must just smell awful.
This could be a big help to us.
Yeah. Well, we did get a new enclave on the map, I think, so we could check them out as well.
That's all I got.
A lot of good stuff in this house. This is all useful stuff. We're not finding junk here. Although, that's pretty junky. Jason says State of Decay 3 releases in 2055. Who crawls out of the grave? I will be crawling out of the grave if they rumors of my death that have been circulated. And they were correct. But State of Decay 3 brought me back to life. Now I'm really looking forward to State of Decay 3. I know there hasn't been a lot of information out there, but we still got the same people who were there for State of Decay 1, State of Decay 3. They know what this franchise is about. I think a few years ago I kind of did a video of what might make State of Decay 3 the best game ever. And I've actually walked back from my opinion from that. I'll give you the rough premise. It's a cool video though. You should check it out. Westworld with Zombies. Is, you know, a game which provides both a solo angle, well, a solo angle,
Clear. For the moment.
an almost AI generated, not AI generated, but you know, a procedural
Nothing
mission
more to find here.
system.
Let's go.
And as well as that, a high level strategic aspect which allows you to build new communities in other place and allocate people there. Kind of a little bit like Fallout 4, but not quite, if you know what I mean. Out of this, that fuel can's probably the next best, most valuable thing, so we'll drop the firecracker. That's influence. They're worth quite a bit of influence. Yeah, we'll drop the firecracker, actually. Grab this. Already stacked with that. Make a bit of noise. Yeah, State of Decay 3. I'm pretty confident it's going to be good, guys. But if it's not, don't hold it against me. But I'm thinking it's going to be pretty decent. You look at what they've got in State of Decay 2 as a foundation, and yeah, we know it's got shortcomings and, you know, it's got a few bugs and all of that sort of thing. But the experience it offers just can't be replicated in any other zombie game. You just can't. That's not to denigrate other zombie games or to say this is, you know, they're no good. There's all sorts of reasons why you'd play DayZ versus 7 Days to Die versus Vane versus Project Zomboid versus the State of Decay franchise. But what it offers is just unique. Like a bloated fart in the middle of the road. unique bloaters have... Yeah. Did you know, bloater animal fact, stealing off J Talbot, that each bloater has a unique sound profile for its farts? It's just that they're very secretive about them, and so that's why we never hear them. Still want a game that's single player focused but with good multiplayer support. Yes, that's a category, you know, if you ask them what's one area we could improve on, they would be able to say, yeah, a better multiplayer experience. Because the single player experience in State of Decay 2, let's face it, even if you like prefer playing multiplayer to single player, in terms of what its offering is, it's much, much stronger to a single player focus than it is to anything, to the multiplayer. But there was a survey which came out like probably over a year ago now, where they were asking questions about tethering. I think we'll see the end of tethering. And they were also asking questions about, you know, what would you prefer?
Thank you.
Having separate bases, playing multiplayer where players could have separate bases, or a single base. Now, I can't remember exactly how I replied to it, to be honest. And I should have like screen captured what the survey was, because I thought it was an unusual thing, but I thought everyone would have it. And I thought everyone would be talking about it on the internet. And by the time it kind of came out, it was like, I don't know if anyone else saw this. It won't be on the current gen consoles? No. They were saying that it's going to be on the next Xbox up. I think it was like a S or, you know, and like you say, Jason, the next generation console. You haven't seen it. It was a long time ago. Joking about that. That's all good. That's all good. I don't take myself too seriously. I can take my games seriously. I don't take myself seriously. Yeah, it was a while ago. I can really wish that I had like taken screenshots or recorded it, because like I half expected to see something from, you know, Sunny Games out there, you know, kind of saying, because you know he's on the stuff like a Flash, and he would be there going, what does this mean? You know, what could this mean and stuff? And he makes really awesome videos for that. And so when it seemed like it was really quiet out there, I was like, oh, I might have missed a trick here. But yeah, it was fascinating. Really, really interesting questions. I'll see if I can fire some synapses up and see if I can remember any more which came through. But that was one. Yeah, so if we were to use my senile memory to pull some scraps of memory from back then, yeah, one of the things they were asking about was either players with multiple bases or with a single base which you could interact with in the same way as if you were all playing single player.
That'll work.
Dulled sensors. Not bad. Oh, we should check these guys out. That's what we were going to do. So I got a bit distracted. Yeah, funny, eh? Alright, just got snacks, but see if we can do this without stirring up too much trouble, right? You gotta remember as well along the way that State of Decay, the devs actually fixed quite a lot of, while there's lots of kind of pet niggles and stuff, which are still in the game, and you know, I have them, I have my pet peeves, they did fix a lot of stuff. Like, and things you kind of take for granted, or maybe should have been in there at the beginning of the game, all of that sort of stuff, like line of sight, that's a biggie. I only get bloaters appearing in the streets when I'm playing with mods with ridiculous spawn levels. Hey.
Hey, amigo.
Hey, amigo. Medic. Well, we might have to recruit him anyway. Cooking. Angelica. Quite like that name. Dang.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, I
What do we
guess.
got today? Okay.
One of those, thanks. All right, well, they may become allies. We'll hold off on recruiting a medic because I think we've already recruited 2 medics.
Now take its head off.
Bloody hell. Not now, neck of the woods. Up there. And we don't really have a here in the world, really,
That'll work.
for that part of the map. Relentless drone strikes. Where are they coming from? It'd be good to just go over there and have a look. It would be quite comical, I imagine. Alright, not that we looted anything or did anything. Jason says, I can only see State of Decay 3 going one of two ways. One way is that society is completely broken down and it's every man for himself scenario, or you are the rebuilding society by trying to either link separate communities together, kind of like State of Decay 2, but not really. Yeah. Yeah, so either... So in State of Decay 2, right? Look, standing on a car. Okay. So, State of Decay 3 going one of two ways. There might be a third way in there somewhere, which we haven't thought of. But generally, I'm in agreement with that the two obvious paths ahead from State of Decay 2 to State of Decay 3 as time has passed. And in State of Decay 2, there were a lot of enclaves. And I think there's also the collective effort of the State of Decay 2 community to smash play carts, clear maps, all of that sort of thing. That's become kind of the canon of the game. So when you build State of Decay 3 and people come into State of Decay 3, they've got all the stuff that they used to do in State of Decay 2. In State of Decay 3, they need to carry some of that into State of Decay 3. Exactly how, I'm not too sure. But if it's like just a completely, right, nothing in State of Decay 2 that you did matters. These are all completely new maps. The Blood Plague is completely different. Infestation completely different. The game's essentially the same, but it's just like just entirely separated from State of Decay 2. I don't think that
if we
will
don't clean up some infestations, we're gonna be fucked.
be as awesome as having that continuity either. To your point, Jason, these enclaves and these you know, the efforts of the players hasn't quite been enough to reverse the zombie plague. Well, we know it hasn't. Not quite. So has it gone more like, yeah, fewer enclaves, fewer people out there, but they're more established? So, you know, the enclaves you meet won't be the kind of naive, happy-go-lucky kind of enclave people that you meet in State of Decay 2. There'll be veterans, or there'll be some sort of backstory which explains who they are and why they are, and the fact that they survived or are alive will dictate different backstories and different approaches. The alternative to that is State of Decay 3. There's been some success, and I can see there being a halfway point as well. Like the State of Decay 2 lore becomes the State of Decay 2 the old maps like Cascade, Drucker, Mega Valley, those sorts of things. They're in the lore of State of Decay 3, but they've been successful. The player community has succeeded in conquering and beating State of Decay 2. And those lands are now more or less settled. and now they're moving into new areas. Kind of issue with that is what kind of survivors are moving from State of Decay 2 to State of Decay 3? Are they combat veterans? Well, they would be if they were coming from a State of Decay 2 victory kind of point of view. There'd be basically communities which had already completed the game, so there'd be, you know, hard as nails. So where is the option? And there could be options. So you could have those kind of characters in the game, those kind of enclaves, and then you could also have the newbies. One of the thing I love, the part of State of Decay 2 I love the most is the beginning, when you've got new characters, they're RNG'd, because I like RNG. Drop them into the game, and then you've got to find your way to survive. Familiarity after a while means that becomes less and less of a challenge and less of a surprise, and that's why you get people like me and, you know, loads of other people playing all sorts of different mods and stuff to spice things up. But if you're going to have a world which either becomes more dystopian and destroyed, how do you account for those tougher communities? What's their place in that? If we go down the line that almost like the Fallout New Vegas line, where there are clusters of serious communities around the place, how does the new how does the brand new Scratch community, how do they come to be in the game? Because this isn't like the new community 2 years after. This is going to be like 10 years, 12 years after the event. So there's not going to be too many people who walk around going, wow, I saw a zombie anymore. They'll all have seen them. They'll have seen all of them. So that's quite tricky. I think out of the two, just going off the top of my head, what I think would probably be the there's pros and cons. What I loved about State of Decay 1 was how you started and you really were from scratch. The event was on you. You just had to learn everything in order to survive. Very fresh, very, very cool. In State of Decay 3, if you had serious enclaves out there, so we're talking about communities of, you know, dozens, scores, maybe hundreds of people, kind of like late stage Walking Dead sort of things. You could still have those in-between patches where those communities haven't touched. But at the same time, their influence in the game would be very significant. You know, do you want a game in State of Decay 3 where, say, you start with figure out the Scratch community thing, start with a new community, and there's already other factions, NPC or otherwise, will be NPC, driving around in pickup trucks. Do you want that level of technology in the game, or do you want it to go the other way? Do you want to have fewer working vehicles? Do you want things to break down more? That's probably more where my heart is, even though I can devil's advocate on myself to say, well, what about, you know, if we're having to sharpen sticks and stab those at zombies, is that actually fun? So I get that. But I think where they were going in terms of some of the press which has come out is that, you know, for weapons they were talking about less chance of finding a working firearm like we do in State of Decay 2. You might find bits and pieces, that sort of thing, and you can kind of cobble together a rifle or craft it. So probably a bit more crafting. But I still hope that they keep an abstract crafting system. I don't want anything too technical or too detailed. You know, I can play Zomboid for that. There's a happy balance when they, you know, when they made State of Decay 2, they wanted people to spend 80% of their time out there exploring the game, playing the game, 20% working on the base. There are games out there like 7 Days to Die, I love, where you can do amazing things with bases. That's where base building belongs. So I hope they take the same approach to crafting and other mechanisms that they introduced to the game in order to maintain the communities and the enclave metrics. I'm happy to see a lot of new and interesting things, but I think that mix of customization that they've got, mixed with the amount of time they allow you to move out and explore the game, is one of the really cool things about the game. It doesn't force you to have to build bases in a certain way. Doesn't have to force you to you know, spend a lot of time with that. Like, oh no, apart from, you know, workshops and infirmaries, oh no, I didn't build a forge, so therefore by the time I get to the late stage game, it's impossible to get past XYZ. There's not that in the game. There's a lot of freedom there. Could it be done more elegantly, with more sophistication, a little bit more complexity or variation? Sure, but it doesn't need to be harder to do. And so that's going to be a mean balance. Having a bit of a rant here. I guess the other thing as well is the technology, like the game technology built on Unity. Unity's getting to the point now where Unity, the engine itself, is developing constantly. So, you know, I think I saw a video about how they're using Unity for the next Witcher. And they, you know, the artists and the designers can basically put their signature on every leaf on every tree if they wanted to. So the game's going to look beautiful, but we've just got to make sure that as a community, we're ready to step into something which looks more beautiful, but does not necessarily elevate the in-game characteristics of vehicles, guns, survivors, buildings, that sorts of things. So it'll look better. Do not conflate that with being able to do things better, like you've leveled up between State of Decay 2 and State of Decay 3, because that might not be how it turns out. And in fairness, I would probably err in the line of not introducing those super technical or advanced communities of large size unless I was really sure how that was going to fit into the game, and it didn't distort the game to the point where you can, yeah. I think I'm probably going off on a bit of a tangent there, because there's a huge amount which you could talk about with that, and I'm starting to lose the power of speech. Not that I ever had it. Yeah, but I am excited, and every day that we tick over is one day closer to actually getting to play it. So, you know, we may not know what's happening with it right now. We may not know when it's going to be released, but every day that ticks over is a day closer. Jason says, I know Brian, Jay, and people like them will probably be put into the game as some actual characters, not randomly generated one. Maybe. I don't know that I would if I was the developers. State of Decay 1, State of Decay 2 have been kind of cult classics, is how I'd describe them. And moving up to State of Decay 3, it's now AAA. So I'm sure, you know, they'll be talking to these guys, you know, Brian especially, about what he's thinking about the game and all of, and, you know, getting advice, maybe play testing theories. Who knows? Don't know. No idea. I don't know if that would be an immersion breaker, because they've got the chance now to completely reset the scene. It'll have been long enough from State of Decay 2 relaunch that they can essentially move the game from the valley or the county that we're in to something distant and something bigger and a new sandbox. And when they do that, they can try and leave all their old bugs behind and take what the good stuff is. And they can... I quite like the way that they gamify and simplify things like building facilities, things like crafting and that sort of thing. So it's nice and simple. You find this, you got this, you can build this, etc., without, you know, needing a fish hook and a paperclip. I like that. But when you're actually out there in the world, then it's not gamified at all. It feels very visceral. It's very real. So when I'm out there, that's why I don't use a mini map. That's why I quite like the concept of not using a hub or having a really simplified hub. I mean, I could turn these weapons and stuff off. I think. Yeah, I can turn those off actually. Yeah, I might do that. But I like knowing the ammunition, so I guess I'm not, yeah. I guess I'm not buying all of my bullshit. But I like that, so maybe they will be in there. I don't think there'll be personalities. There'll be a tribute. There'll be a memorial. There'll be something like that. Something to give a nod to the exceptional efforts that people like Brian and others have put into building this community and building the game itself, you know, actually influencing the game, which is, fuck, if I could put that on my tombstone, I'd be a happy man. Yeah. But the more I think about it, I'd like to see relationships. Yeah, I would too. I liked in State of Decay 1 how there was that trust mechanic. You could have people in your community that you couldn't actually control. Which in State of Decay 2 would be an anathema. I think that's the right word. Also in State of Decay 1, you had characters who would run off and do crazy shit because they were depressed. You know, run off and take on an armored zombie or that sort of thing. That would be undesirable in State of Decay 2 as well. But at the same time, people look back and say the principle of it was kind of cool. That the survivors were more than just, you know, factory-lined player husks for you to jump into and amble around the map and do what you want. So I would love relationships to develop between characters. At the same time, you want the player to keep the agency. And if there was, let's say we did have relationships between two characters and one character fell in love with another character in your base, in your survivor, and then one of those characters was depressed or, you know, bad morale, or let's say there was a mission event by which you had to choose between which one you had to support and the other one would leave. That might be cool. However, if there was a mission which you failed and so one of them left and so the other one left, would that be cool? Not too sure. But the principle of having relationships and things which develop would be, I think, would be cool if they could do it properly. The worst situation of a relationship model not working in a game, I would actually look to the Walking Dead series when they were in Alexandria or whatever the fuck it was called. And Carol just picked up one day and said, "Oh, I've had enough out of here. I'm off." And took off. And then Daryl goes, "Oh, where's it? I'm going after Daryl. Going after Carol." And then he drives off. And then someone else goes, "Oh, Daryl's gone? Carol's where? We're going after them." And just drives off. So their society just is arbitrarily torn apart by these random and pretty selfish actions, at least in the way they were executed. You know, not even like, guys, I'm calling this meeting because here's where I'm at, here's what I'm feeling, and here's why I'm going, and here's why no, just do it in the most provocative and narrow and selfish way possible. Yeah, so there were ways and ways to do relationships where they could work and where they couldn't. I couldn't tell you which ways, how to do that. Otherwise, I'd be a game developer or someone like that. But yeah, I would like to see relationships. I would like to see relationships in games. In State of Decay 3, in particular. I'd really like to see... I'd like to kind of see procedurally generated backstories for characters, which then created kind of procedurally generated missions based on those. Remember the trailer where there was the woman with the scar with the bolt action rifle standing on top of the van? You know, where'd the scar come from? Has she got family out there? If she has got family, are they alive or dead? Or captured? Does she know? Can she find out? Is there a mission where she finds out? When you find out, are there one of multiple options that can take place? So we get away from the slightly cookie cutter missions that we get in State of Decay 2. I mean, they're not terrible missions, and they can have different outcomes. But it only takes probably 12 playthroughs, and you've gone through most of them, depending how long you take. That's what I wouldn't mind seeing. Jason says, I want a large map, but not too large, because then the map would probably start looking cookie cutter. Yeah, I'm okay with bigger maps, but not too big. The problem being, as the map gets bigger, you've got more points of interest or buildings or sites. With that, have you potentially got more containers? So it's about game balance, right? So let's say take, where are we, Trumbull Valley? Double it in size. Because I would like larger maps, but I'm still not clear in my own mind how I would do that and maintain the game balance. Because if you've got twice the number of buildings, let's say twice as big, so twice the number of buildings, twice the number of containers to search, twice the distances to travel, twice the loot, how do you maintain a game balance without then having, say, twice the community size? I don't want to start with 6 characters, that's crazy. But does that mean, okay, well, we'll reduce the loot per container. So you're searching twice the number of containers for the same amount of loot, the State of Decay 2. Oh, okay, we'll reduce the number of containers. Okay, now that's nicely balanced. But now you've got a whole ton of sites out there which just don't have any containers in them. So yeah, it's balancing that. It's balancing that, I think, which would be the main trick, because it's the game loop of State of Decay 2, which is really what drives it at the end of the day. Trumbull Valley could be bigger, or it could be a smaller map, but it's the game loop which would make you play it. So this is, yes, backstories. Yeah, backstories. So, you know, what I'm talking about there is you start with traits, right? And your traits affect your core skills. And the traits can also deliver a 5th skill. So what if there was also, say, backstories which delivered story seeds, which could then grow depending on what you do, that sort of thing. Maybe there's a level of morality which is in the game. Again, tricky, because everyone's morality is different. You know, the community's starving, so I'm just gonna make shit up, because the dogs won't be in the game. They won't be in the game. Not as things you can shoot and eat. But let's say you shot a dog and ate it, and because your community was starving, and one of your characters goes, "Oh, that's morally wrong," and was upset about it and left. That would suck, because there's no moral grey points in these games. They're quite hard to do. But like a seed, like yeah, even like, do they have family? Are they out there? Are they alive or dead? Are they free and captured? Are they injured? All these sorts of things can kind of be procedurally generated to try and, I kind of see it like like you start with a dot, and then these arcs come out, and then from one of those arcs, kind of like the path of exile skill tree, you know, comes out, and one of those paths or two of those paths might be true, and then they get to another one. Oh, they are out there. Are they alive, dead, captured, whatever? Boom, and you go down that one, and then okay, if they're captured, who are they captured by? Boom, boom, and you get this kind of ever. If you do it well, if you can build a procedural kind of landscape for these missions, every playthrough with your characters could be very different with just say 3 backstory components, which exponentially diverge from their original source based on decisions and missions and RNG and that sort of thing. Fuck, I would love that. I would love that. That would be oof. Like the cop sister brother storyline missions. Yeah, kind of like that. That would be a possibility, but perhaps it's not a sister and brother this time. Maybe it's okay. Let's say you play State of Decay 3 once and you get the cop sister brother kind of storyline mission. Next time you play it, you have another character who you discover has a niece, and the niece is a lawyer, or the niece is your godchild. That character's godchild, something like that. And you find a clue to try and find them. When you find that clue, you may find them alive, you may find them dead, you may find them held hostage by another enclave, you might find them head of their own enclave. Then what? You see where I'm going? I'm not sure how doable that is in a game, but that would be pretty cool. But the cop sister brother storyline is closer to what I'm talking about than other State of Decay 2 missions, in that it doesn't have one outcome. And you actually end up with siblings, real siblings in your community. My Forever community has 2 siblings from the cop mission, and that was really, really cool, which, tying back to what Priscilla's saying about relationships, makes it more believable than just 6 randos all just cobbling together. More realistic? More interesting anyway. But to your point, Guru, a larger map wouldn't necessarily have more containers, especially if it's like 15 years or so. Exactly. So how many broken down petrol stations do you want to drive down to find your next container? Because then the risk is dead space on the map. Might be beautiful. Hey, the lookout point. The lookout point is beautiful. No one goes there. Fuck, I haven't been there. It's just up the road. When you're hard in the game loop, you're after some hard game concepts. I need loot. I need to search containers. I need to kill the zombies to get the containers. I need to find the containers. I need to find the sites. All of that sort of thing. So yeah, that for me is the harder thing to balance, is what size is the right size. Because you could go full Red Dead Redemption map, right? But then you might actually end up just spending all your time in a small part of that map, in which case all your game resources are being fucking generating all this other stuff, or having it at least connected, when really you could have a smaller map where it's all those resources dedicated, making that map awesome. Also easy to work on I imagine, from a dev point of view. Bob says, give us access to multiple maps, and we could have multiple communities and different stories and missions for each map. I did really wonder about this when I was talking about, let's say you get a community, call them your forever community. They've got all the things that they need. They're self-sufficient. They grow all their food. They want for nothing. They're not in any danger. Your defenses are great. Everyone's got good guns. You've got ammo. You're supplied. Could you send a group of those people out onto a new map to start a new settlement, and then those settlements have some sort of meta connection? Could they trade? I really like the RV in State of Decay 1, because when you moved map, you had to choose who you were taking. You could only take a maximum of 6 people from map to map, and you had to leave stuff behind. Something like an RV as a mobile base in the game as opposed to a fixed base could be quite awesome. But what I was saying in the video that I did on State of Decay 3. Well, I've been talking all night, by the way. Sun's going up. Community starving. Infestations everywhere. Is that it would be cool if, I mean, there are specific features which make each map unique, but to your point, Bob, it would be great if those had more, they pervaded the map a bit more, rather than, this has got the hospital, and this place has got the big church, and Trumbull Valley has got, you know, I mean, they do it with the, with this unique outposts on each of the map. You know, they're the unique kind of things, but then there's also unique buildings and places, mainly on the newer maps. You know what I'm talking about. But let's say you had a map which had like an observatory on it, or something like that. Maybe there's more knowledge and libraries and universities and that kind of theme to the map around it. Or the missions were kind of more based on, you know, what went on at this observatory. Was it actually just a cover for some shady government underground testing, something like that? And then on another map, you might have extensive mines where you actually go in underground, kind of jump scare kind of theme there. And you know, what happened in this mining town? How did the plague hit here? What's left? Yeah. One thing which hasn't really come up, I don't think, is in State of Decay 1, the game kept going when you logged off. Kind of. But when you'd log back on again, your people had been out there doing things. Could we see a return of that in some degree to State of Decay 3? I don't think so. I think that would be a hard one for people to wrap their head around. But if it was an option, that would be quite cool. Priscilla totally agrees with Bob, and I think I do too, just in far more words than necessary. Jason says, I won't lie, I feel like all the OG maps will be connected under one overall map. No, I don't think we'll see them. I think we'll move on. I think they'll move on. I think they should move on. They might not. You might be right, which is, you know, what ifs. I'll still play the game. But remember, when they built State of Decay 2, they didn't take Trumbull Valley with them. So there's no precedent for it. It was introduced as a DLC, and then due to popular demand, they actually put it into the game. But they took them a year to do it, over a year to do it. It's freaking hard work for them. There we go, day 18. Boom, we got some stuff. Yay for us. Might pause it there. Yeah, I can see where you're going. Like, let's look at the scene here, right? What would all this look like 10 years in the future? Remembering, of course, that there are enclaves on this map. We've got Red Talon on the map. Your map will have your characters. When we talk about the OG maps, like Trumbull and all of that, we do talk it in a kind of collective experience kind of way. We all know the parts of the various different parts of the map, the bases that we like, the stories that we tell. What if it doesn't look like the way that you want it to look? What if they ruin it? Maybe it's better just to start somewhere new. It was definitely a new map when inferred by the trailer, because there's a new building in there. Not the collapsed Bronto gas or the gas station, whatever it was, although that indicated how far in the future we were. But there was kind of some riverside depot or something like that. I couldn't quite read it, but it was definitely new signage. Definitely new signage. So it could be another region. I actually wondered whether, because we haven't talked about factions, we haven't really talked about network and red talon, whether the OG maps become part of the lore, and that's how the network influences the game, and then we could have red talon at what I was thinking kind of like the edge of Danforth city side of things, and from there they influence the game, but it's the regions in between, or the regions connect, maybe a different city, not Danforth, but another stronghold fitted with their characters, and they influence the game in different kind of ways from there. So you have references back to these points, and maybe references to future maps and that sort of thing coming through all the time to make the game feel connected. Because I think that is a big important thing that you kind of call out there, Jason, is that connectivity between State of Decay 2 to State of Decay 3 is really important, and not just on a story mode, on an actual community mode. You got to move people from State of Decay 2 to State of Decay 3 in a way where I look back on State of Decay 2 with fondness, and those memories aren't overwritten or re-prescribed by rebuilding it in State of Decay 3. That's just my thoughts. You can recruit family. I love those. Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, and there's all sorts of different hooks which could, it doesn't have to be family. It could be, an old friend. It could be a certain specialist that you might be after. Maybe, when you think about the skill tree, plenty of people might know how to cook, but chemists may be very few on the ground. So how do you get those? There might be actual kind of webs of missions which get you to that. Bob said I did a whole series with the brother and sister from the police mission. Oh, dude, paste the link in the chat. Paste the link in the chat. I don't know if I saw that. Might have been before my time. That sounds awesome. Yeah, you could write a whole load of story around that. That's beautiful. And again, those relationships generate their own stories as well. And in a way, State of Decay 2 is a story generator. I thought it was interesting, and I hope Brian won't mind if he won't think I'm talking out of turn, but I was watching him talk about State of Decay 3 and what's coming out and a round story. And I'm sure he won't mind if I say that Brian is... he really likes RPG elements. That's why he loves games like Red Dead Redemption 2, and The Witcher, and what was it? Cyberpunk, those sorts of games. That they're like kind of him. I used to love games like that until I played State of Decay 1, and then I really don't like playing other people's stories anymore. It's really difficult for me to engage in an RPG right now, because State of Decay 1, I wrote my own stories. I wrote my own stories. I say that the currency of State of Decay 2 is the stories that you talk about to your friends online, and the bloater which gets you, the bloater which appeared from nowhere and killed your favorite character. We've all got him. That's what the currency was. So, right, back onto point. So I thought it was interesting. I don't remember the video. I can't show you a link or that sort of thing. And I'm desperately not trying to talk out of turn here, because I know and I love Brian and everything he does. But I thought it was really interesting that I think when he first was thinking about State of Decay 3, he was thinking more about a kind of Last of Us kind of storyline thing. I might be wrong, but what he said last time is he's actually kind of more in the camp of he doesn't want a linear story. That's how I heard it anyway. These days, and that I was really happy to hear that, actually, because if he talks to them, I'm totally in that camp and have been for a very, very long time. A very long time. And my views about what State of Decay 3 has changed as well. It's gone from, oh, it should be this big, to no, actually, in terms of game concept and what it offers, should come down to this, and, you know, but just deliver it really, really well. And Brian summed that up by saying, hey, look, if they took State of Decay 2 and put a much better graphics and skin on it, even that would be worthy of a State of Decay 3, or close to it. You know, but you know what he's getting at. And I agreed with that as well. So yeah, it's interesting how people's thoughts, and including myself, have changed over time with the time that we've had to kind of consider it, because, well, it's not here yet and we don't get a lot of information on it. I honestly want to see Trumbull Valley return, but more deteriorated. That could be the one map, Priscilla, I think, that could survive. One thing we haven't talked about is game modes. There could be multiple game modes. So that's a possibility. You know how they had Daybreak DLC for State of Decay 2. Maybe there will be a return to the old maps as kind of like a standalone game. I don't think they'll force us to go through all the old maps again on State of Decay 3. The more I think about it, the more I think it's just better for everyone if we just treasure the memories and move on. But Trumbull Valley might be kind of like a new Heartland kind of addition. Because if you did move maps, how do you hold on to Trumbull? Or let the players experience Trumbull Valley? But it's valid, though, from the reasoning of, we've all played State of Decay 1 Trumbull, State of Decay 2 Trumbull. What would State of Decay 3 Trumbull look like? And in that way, it's kind of like a marker, a meta marker of how the franchise has developed. So there's validity and there's value in doing that map from a canon kind of point of view, and from a player experience point of view, to be able to go back to Trumbull, but under the guise of we're going to contain your experience within this. It's not the full State of Decay 3 game. It's not maybe connected to, say, 4 or 5 new maps. Sit within its own little bubble. Might have all the game mechanics in there, but I think it'll sit in its own bubble if it's in there. Oh, right. Well, Bob, that's on me then. But I haven't been like I said, I've become more scatterbrained in my old age, and yeah, just finding it hard to find the time to watch a lot of stuff. But I will check it out for sure. I have some lunch and then check it out. Priscilla says, I'm the same guru now. I used to like RPG, but now I like to create my own story in my head. Yeah. So very, very much. I mean, State of Decay 1 Breakdown was what I used to play. And so, real time. Thank you. Yeah, I was going to make a coffee. I forgot to make myself a coffee. I should have done that. I'll do it straight after this. Awesome. Okay, Thug. Thanks, man. Good to see you. Gandalf's doing fine. Sends his love. I'll take a pic and put it up. Take a picture and I'll stick it up in the chat. He's doing a lot better, mate. He's doing a lot better. Been on antibiotics for another couple of weeks, and it looks like he may have kicked it. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, you get a good night's sleep, man. I appreciate your support, truly. Yeah. Coming back, Priscilla RPG. Yeah. So I think that RPG element can be satisfied with that procedural idea of mine, like diverging story lines based on inherited plot seed traits, which you can't see on the character. You know, they just come in. Oh, maybe they do let you see it. I think that would spoil it a little bit. But it would have to be done kind of well. You wouldn't want to start a game with like 3 characters and you go off, and then the character gets revealed that they're the lumberjack from Jackson. And it's sort of like, oh no, not this. I hate this storyline. Restart. You don't want that. That's the only thing that you kind of have to protect. If people have a particular, oh, I suppose you could exile them. Or maybe those are selections you can re-roll. If you have visibility to them, then you know what you're dealing with. So that would probably be the workaround, is yes, you can actually see what these mission plot seeds are. Oh, I can't believe people are still here watching. There's 0 gameplay and I'm just rambling. But yeah, it's an interesting subject. I'm really interested in people's opinions and stuff. I should actually iterate and say explicitly at this stage that I have no fucking idea when it's coming out or what it's going to look like, etc. I just speculate in my head, which I like to do. I like to kind of suggest things that might come out of a game and suggest ideas, just because it's good to keep that conversation going. All rambling. Yeah, it's good to have a good ramble. You like the rambles? Oh, sweet as. What else does State of Decay 3 have we kind of not talked about? I might clip this out and just put it as a ramble. State of Decay 3 ramble by some fuckwit from New Zealand who doesn't know anything. It'd be quite funny. Yeah. We could talk about the freaks and zombies. They're going to change. They can't stay the same. No way, no how. All the favorites will be there. Could there be a new freak? Possibly. I don't think they necessarily need a new freak, and a new freak needs to play a role which is not already fulfilled by an existing freak. Like a super juggernaut is just lame, let's face it, or a super feral is just lame. All it's doing is taking the old concept, but something else, something which yeah, that's why these guys are paid the big bucks. That would yeah, that would be great. Jason asks, do you grow tired of Lily talking every so often, Guru? I do. I've actually got a half completed, 3/4 completed video that I started making about 2.5, 3 years ago. About 3 updates that I wanted Undead Labs to make. Maybe I could release it and just say, instead of the devs doing this, maybe a modder can do it. And one of them was a button that you could place to silence your radio. Basically, all it would do is go into the menu and turn the audio off for the radio. So if you're loading up, you're ready to go in against a play cart, it turns all your communications off so that you can concentrate on that without blah, 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 blah. And when you turn it back on, you don't get the recount of it. You've got to go to your mission screen and actually see what missions have come up. So there's a consequence for doing it. It doesn't stop the missions and all the other stuff in the world happening, but it just shuts them up. You've got the radio, it's got an off switch. Turn it off. Maybe I should finish that video off. I've got a few of those videos where I get about 3/4 way through and then I go, I'm not sure this is actually a very good video. And so they're just kind of sitting there, but maybe it's something I can do. Maybe it's something I can do. They did suggest animal freaks. Yes, in that very first trailer with the undead deer and the wolf, right? So the wolf was not undead. The deer was undead, which means that there's suggested both live and undead animals in the game. And to be honest, if you had undead animals, you would need live animals in the game to validate them. Otherwise, it's just, undead animals everywhere. So therefore, if all the animals were infected, a lot of your ecosystems would collapse. Entire ecosystems would collapse. The landscape would be irrevocably changed. Certain plants won't get pollinated. You know, it would be incredibly destructive in reality. Sure, you could gloss over it, but who wants a big massive hole like that in your game? Personally, I don't know if having animals in there is a good idea. I mean, some people enjoy like hunting and survival mechanics, which, you know, you see in other games. And so I can see those people or those players going, yeah, I'd really like to have animals in the game which you could hunt to provide food. And I get that. I get that. And it's reasonable. But is State of Decay 3 going to broaden the breadth of the game so that your survival is now also involving, you know, third person hunting sequences and missions? Maybe. I could see maybe like having an outpost or being able to build an outpost in an area like a forest or something and using that outpost as a hunting lodge, you know, a hunting lodge update, or a hunting lodge outpost, which then provided food and possibly something like leather. Leather might be a new resource. I could see them adding a new resource or two to the game. But again, it would have to be something which makes sense, you know. Simply replacing, you know, some recipes which use parts with same recipes, but instead of parts, now you've got parts and leather. That's lame. That's not really advancing the game. But you know, they talked. I think there's been some talk out there about armor and clothing. So instead of clothing being a purely cosmetic thing in your wardrobe, that could be something which is actually a supply locker based or wardrobe based, where you could take out a leather jacket and that might give you some damage protection when fighting zombies. I don't want hit locations. Fuck that. You know, just you know, leather jacket, +1 defense. Perfect. That's all we need. We don't need it any better than that. But that could be something where you could then have the need for a resource called leather, in which case that could then lead to a way of getting leather fresh, because leather, most of the leather stuff that you would find 10 years in the future, so let's say 20 years after the event, will be fucked. So then there is a point of having animals in the game. And then it's about, okay, how do you access those animals? Is it through an outpost? Do you actually want to do it? Do you want to shoot a deer or a wolf? Fuck wolves. No one likes wolves. Hands up if you like wolves in your games. Honestly. Scum, 7 Days to Die, DayZ, who likes wolves in their games? Fucking no one. So, you know, if you're going to put wolves in the game, does that make it better? No. That's what ferals are for, you know? You don't need other things like that. Yeah. So the other thing to think about as well is, how would undead animals fit into the milieu of the game? Are they going to roam around in hordes like zombies? I mean, zombies move around in hordes. Human zombies. What's the mechanic for that? They're zombies. They move in hordes. That's what they do. So you're going to have a horde of undead deer walking down the road, or a horde of undead badgers? Horde of undead beavers crossing the river. Would that break an immersion? Hordes of undead animals are not in the zombie canon. And you can look at, you know, the fringe kind of what is it? The one with below, I can't remember the name, but I might have to look it up. Just a sec. Do. I've got the second version of it. Damn those beavers. They do dam though, don't they? Those damn beavers damming away. Oh, too many puns. There's a whole range of those games and they turned into movies. And they've got crows in them and the crows are infected. Got too many games. If I just put 2 in here, maybe it'll turn up. Resident Evil, there it is. Resident Evil series. So Resident Evil's got like the animals in there. Yeah, totally. And dogs and all of that sort of thing. But it kind of fits with that, which is, you know, government testing, very, you know, it's a deliberate thing. It is something which has been engineered, whereas the Blood Plague is much more organic, or at least it feels more organic. Would definitely be different fighting undead animals. Packs of wolves, grizzly bears would be the juggernaut, skunks, bloaters. Yeah, kind of like a Sylvanian families, but State of Decay styles. I love it. Okay, Norm, catch you later, man. When you're done, you can come over to ours. Actually, don't. My wife loves mowing the lawns. Loves it. Cool, cool. Thanks, man. Thanks for the chin wag. I enjoyed it. Didn't Heartland hint at a government origin? Yeah, but stated, yes, they did. Want to come back to Bob, what Bob was saying, but yes, they did. But the devs have also explicitly stated that they're never going to reveal never's a strong word, but they feel like they want to leave enough mystery there so people can conjecture about what might have caused the blood plague. And the government could have been, so the government origin could be, you know, as gruesome as, you know, human testing with super vile, yucky viruses and shit like that. Or it could be maybe there was a viral outbreak and they tried to contain it and they failed. So just because it's got the government origin doesn't necessarily mean that the government, or, okay, it kind of does mean that when you say government origin. But sure, okay, it could have been known to the government and being with the government, but the government may not have created the virus. They may have found the virus and tried to do something about it, and it still go wrong. Those kind of questions, I think they're going to leave for the community to argue about and discuss to the end of time. Wow. So look, they did suggest animal freaks. Did they? Well, fuck. Game of Thrones, whether you like it or not. An undead bear is a fucking terrifying sight. So, yeah, you could get those kind of legendary animal freaks. That could be a way that you could get them in there. That would be frightening. Yeah, I'll have to think about that one a little bit more. I feel like there would be a zombie deer that can give you some infection if you eat it. See, for me, that wouldn't increase my enjoyment of the game. I want to shoot zombies, not deer. It's got to be different for different people, but ultimately the devs are going to have to make their call on that. And you know, we know shooting zombies works. Do you want to gamble? Because if you put animals in there and they don't work, you're not taking them back out again. Not after you release. Then you fuck everyone off. Wonder if you still hear the network in State of Decay 3. Yeah, Jason, earlier I was saying, like, if there was a possibility, could be that the OG maps and stuff are essentially cleared and relatively civilized, not safe, but civilized, made civilized-ish by the network, because they're ostensibly the good guys, if you know what I mean. They're, you know, I'm not saying Red Talon are evil bastards, but, you know, they have, there are different moralities there. But I think the network are probably a high level of morality, if less effective, versus the Red Talon, which is a lower level of morality, but more effective. You know, it's about where does morality fit in a world of zombies, particularly 10 years from now. And so I was thinking maybe the old world with State of Decay 2 maps, all of that sort of stuff, could be where the network have their enclaves and pockets and, you know, live their happy network lives there. And they can influence the game by, I don't know, maybe they've got caravans which come onto the map and you can trade with them and stuff like that. That could be a possibility. And then you've got State of Decay 2 back in the lore. You look back, the network are looking after those lands now. I have won. I've done everything I need to do with State of Decay 2. You know, my community did that. And now we're in State of Decay 3, and I'm going to do the same here. I'm going to win State of Decay 3. So that's how I think it could work. Now these guys are, the devs, fucking way smarter than me. They know this shit. And so they will, anytime I've come up with any idea, they've come up with something better. So let's hope that that's still the case. Yeah, Bob. Definitely be different fighting undead animals. It could. Packs of wolves. See, I think if you put packs of wolves into this game, you'd kill it. Honestly. I was just trying to do a mission where I was scavenging. I took out the horde and the juggernaut, and then from nowhere these wolves came and just fucking destroyed me. Why are they even in the game? Why would the wolves be running at me when I'm surrounded by dead zombies? Wouldn't the smell of the dead zombie flesh make them run away? You know, the whinging and the whining would be off the hook. But in a way, I think that's not too far from the truth, you know? I think wolves would ruin the game, but you've got ferals for that job. And ferals, you know what they're about. But with wolves, you know, wolves attacking players, they generally don't attack people, you know? So, they would need specific jobs. Grizzly bears would be a type of juggernaut. Skunks, bloaters. It would definitely be different. I don't know if it would be better. But the idea that there could be on a map a legendary undead animal, that would be interesting. So not like zombies and freaks and how we normally get them, but a kind of boss type legendary undead creature, whether it be a bear, maybe an enormous timber wolf, or a juggernauted wolf or something like that. That might work. That might kind of connect into the game in some way. But then you'd say, why is there only one of them? Where are the rest of them? Yeah. It introduces a whole lot of different elements with animals. I don't know. Don't know about it. I want a State of Decay movie about how the plague started. Yeah, I can't see it. I can't see it happening. I don't think State of Decay 3 would make State of Decay would make a good movie. It's too close to everyone. There's no way you could make State of Decay 2 and everyone like watch it and go, yeah, that's exactly how it is. That was because if you've played State of Decay for forever and there's a movie come out, you're expecting to see your experiences reflected in the game. But that's going to be really hard to do in a 90-minute feature or a 2-hour feature. Oh, I think my headphones just died. Here we go. Not that I was actually listening to anything because I'm paused. I also wonder if the next evolution of Blood Plague is actually plague walls like Heartland. I'll come back to that, Jason. I'll come back to that. Bob says no different from a feral pack. Direwolf. I agree with you. I agree with you. But if you've already got feral packs, why would you need a wolf pack? What does that add? Why not just have feral packs? Everyone is shooting a feral pack. It's a genuine question, you know. I also wonder if the next evolution of Blood Plague. So I do have a philosophy on this. Philosophy? No. I do have some thoughts on this, but again, I'll say it's only based on what I saw in the trailer and conjecture and shit I make up in my head when is that I think there's more chance of there being plague wall kind of things than plague hearts. I think plague hearts will go by the by. Plague hearts were dropped into State of Decay 2 right before they launched because they needed to spice it up somehow. You know, there was an element missing in the game they found, and they went with plague hearts. And they've changed plague hearts, and those have evolved in everything into what they are today. But I think we will see one thing they never managed to do, despite their best efforts, was properly integrate infestations and plague hearts together into the game in a meaningful way, which didn't feel like it was crowbarred in there or felt, yeah. In some ways, I look back where sieges were random and infestations were random and think that was probably still the best way to do them, to have them in the game. Trying to make sense of them actually made them less, because they're random. You could say, well, that it's just random. Random is what random does. But once you actually start putting a mechanism around it, then a mechanism can be broken. You know what I mean? This mechanism doesn't work properly. If it's just random, well, it's just random, you know? So in that way, you know, I kind of fought more sieges in the old days when they were just random than the sieges I fight these days. They're not really sieges. Take the hordes out before they get to your base. It just doesn't work. I commend them for trying. And in State of Decay 3, I think they will, the plague heart as like the pinnacle blood plague entity will sink into the infestation mechanic, and infestations will become the new plague hearts, but they will function a lot differently. I think they will deny space in the same way that plague territories deny space. And I think taking out infestations will be similar to taking out plague hearts in terms of how that happens in the game. Hey Daniel, how you doing? Good to see, man. It has been a while. I hope you are well. Welcome to the rant. I stopped playing a while ago. Now I'm just talking shit. What if all zombies are gone and just animals left on a certain map? You could still have ferals too. Nah. So I have thought about this sort of thing. Yeah, winter map would do. Oh shit, you're hitting all my buttons, Bob. Not in that way. I mean, but yes. I fucking want to see like different biomes and on the same map. So I want to see real topography so that you could go from the mega farmlands, say, not on the map, but you know, lowland farms or rolling hills up to an observatory, which is up above the snow line, right? And there could be snow. The snow effects of Red Dead Redemption 2 are just freaking amazing. So if you built that into State of Decay 3, that would be just fucking phenomenal. So yeah, absolutely 100% with you on that one. And in that, not all space between buildings and stuff has to be dead space. So if you're going to have a bigger map, Bob, you're amazing. Thank you for this. If you're, we were talking about size of the maps. If the map's bigger, how do you deal with things like game balancing and particularly dead space? If you're going to reduce the loot and containers and that in the buildings, then maybe you're going to have to reduce the number of buildings and sites and stuff as well. So maybe there are areas like forest type places, like proper forest, not just spindly trees and copses like we have in State of Decay 2, but proper thickets, where you can't see more than 20 meters ahead, 30 meters ahead, that kind of thing. And those areas could be largely zombie free and have those animal elements in there because they'd be protected, they'd be shielded, they wouldn't bleed over, so that you had, they could, interesting. Yeah, that's about where I got to with how undead animals would work, is if they're, not necessarily a certain map, but possibly a certain map which has certain areas which could be predicated on, this is where the river carried the infection down. And so, not beavers, obviously, but, wildlife. Wildlife was infected. Could you imagine a porcupine that was juggernauted? Eesh. Fuck that for a joke. Then it very much would be different. Yeah. And there is something as well, and this is kind of counterpointing me because I do play devil's advocate on myself, is picture a town like this where there, to your point, Bob, where there aren't many zombies around. Maybe the game mechanic could be the zombies slowly dry up, spawns go right down, but what walks through town is one of those undead bears. Gives you a different kind of threat, but separate from the zombies, because that would be an awesome encounter, but not if you had to also deal with fucking ferals and juggernauts and bloaters and screamers all at the same time, because then it's just too much going on and just silly bollocks. That's what it would be. But like an encounter like that would draw you to, these undead critters are in the game because they form this function in terms of gameplay, which could be kind of semi-boss, or that could be a version of a siege. Instead of being sieged over these next few days, what you actually get is one of these creatures moves into town and just hangs around. So whenever you're trying to move around, that sort of thing, there's always a chance that it's going to leap out of somewhere, or you're going to run into it, and it's going to have its nasty, horrible, undead grizzly bear way with you. I'm very well, thanks, Dan. Never better, actually. Never better. It's crazy. Also, no more Cleo, which was honestly kind of a shitty addition in my opinion. Jason, I haven't actually engaged with Cleo since I did the Trumbull map fucking 3 years ago. So if it wasn't there, I wouldn't miss it. And saying that, we all know what sort of player I am. Give me a sharp stick and a broken umbrella and I'm off to kill the beast. I don't like the big fancy guns with, unless I'm playing multiplayer with friends where it's just all, beer and pretzels kind of game, or shits and giggles, then yeah, give me the eternal rage, I'm off. But other than that, I'm not too worried about the, getting all the good guns and stuff out of the Daybreak series and running around with those. No, I want to find some dusty old pistol and have to use that until I find better. So if removing Cleo would get rid of that, then that would be all right. In terms of having, though, some sort of link back to technology as being a potential solution, does offer the kind of hope mechanic in a game. Like, we will, by the time State of Decay 3 comes out, we will have been playing State of Decay and long enough, and maybe this is why play carts came into it, that there has to be some sort of victory line at the end of the game. So State of Decay 1 Breakdown, for instance, there was no finish line, just clear the 99 levels, whatever. The story finished. Yep, blah. Operation Lifeline, I never finished myself. I just didn't get into it. Tried, not really my thing. Couldn't put my finger on it. I think it's probably because you started with all the guns and that sort of thing, and I kind of felt like, yeah, it went the other way. And I prefer to build up rather than decay from a strong position. But what was I saying? Yeah, but the fact that there could be technology in the game that can save us from the zombie apocalypse is a good hook to hang out there, so that it gives you kind of hope and purpose for playing the game beyond the game loop. If you play it just because you enjoy the game loop, like I did with Breakdown, then great, fine. People like me are away. They're fine. But some people need a bit more purpose, and you know, that's why some people suggest like linear stories, and they want more storyline and stuff because it gives a reason to play the game. So whether it's Cleo or something else, having some sort of goal, wider goal to, you know, beat the game, win the game, technology could play part of that. It just could be done a lot better. Put animals in the mountains. Yeah, that sort of thing. One idea I had, Bob, and you might like this, is let's say you have a base up in the mountains in the snow. That's your base. So your base has snow all over it, that sort of thing. And a unique vehicle. So picture this, unique vehicle, snow plow. To get your vehicles out, you can plow the road, right? But you can also use it to plow zombies. Or another unique vehicle, little piggy tow truck, which can clear the vehicle of clear the road of destroyed vehicles. Or here's another one. On the farms, combine harvesters. Can't take them off the field, so they don't fit out the gates, that sort of thing. But any zombie in the field, beautiful. That could be quite fun. Speaking of sieges, I want like a 3 to 4 day long mega siege, not just a third of a day. Yeah, that's interesting. Because I used to really enjoy sieges. I always fought my sieges. I never cheesed them, not deliberately anyway. That's really long though. 3 to 4 days long is about, it's 90 minutes a day, so that's 6 hours. Up to 6 hours of siege. Depends how you do it, Jason. Depends how you do it. So there could be like a half a day of really bad siege, and then half a day or a day of reprieve, but the threat is still there, you know. But it gives you a chance to get out, get the resources you need to come back for the next wave of siege. But then it just, does that just become a wave attack game? Is that a little bit daybreak in the middle of the game? It's an interesting concept. I don't think sieges work particularly well at the moment. Some would say they never have. I'm okay with random sieges, to be honest. I actually like the idea of there being siege hordes, and they're just enormous hordes which randomly appear on the map, and they start marching towards your base. And, you know, you've got a day or two to prepare because they move quite slowly, but they're fucking massive. And you can put up defenses and that sort of thing. That would be good enough for me. I want a siege that uses all of your ammo down to the last sharpened stick. Well, that comes down to no free ammo for your defenders. Change that so that they need bullets to carry bullets on them to use their firearms, and you've got exactly what you want. You don't need a 3-4 day siege. No, they will just go through it like knife. They will hose through it. Give them a BAR and your 7.62 will be fucking gone in 2.5 minutes. If that, 30 seconds. But I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Sieges aren't a big threat anymore. Clay Rector, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Predictions on when State of Decay 3 will drop. No idea. Like, no idea whatsoever. I'm happy to play it when it comes out. Real Time says 2028. That is a long way. I mean, we are coming up to 2026. If I had to like guess, okay, this is a guess, and it could be, and probably is horrendously wrong, but I would say, not even looking at when other games are dropping or Microsoft's precedents for game development and all of that, just in terms of if these guys have all the resources and all the time that they need to make this. First half of 2027. I'd like to see it then. Q1, even better. But if it's longer than that, then it's longer than that. Yeah. I'm happy not to see it next year if it's not ready. It's not cooked. They've got a real chance of putting, you know, fucking best zombie game out there. Most enduringly playable, replayable AAA zombie title out there. Keep it in the oven. Don't fuck it up. This is their shot. This is their shot. This is the best franchise. The best zombie franchise out there. You can dispute that. That's cool. But for my mind, it is. It is the best zombie game franchise out there that I've ever seen. And Microsoft has the chance to give Undead Labs the ability to produce the best zombie game of all time. Now, if you just don't like State of Decay 2, you know, you can refute that, and that's fine. But in terms of what they could deliver, they've got the chance here. It would be a real shame. It would be a real shame if they spoilt the broth. Jason says it doesn't have to be 3 to 4 days long. Jason, I think your real point is you want sieges to really cost your community and actually have consequences, because they don't right now. So, like I said, if they switched off the NPCs having unlimited ammo, that would do it. Jason reckons 2027. Jason, State of Decay 2 has been out 2018. Real Time said 2028. That would be like the 10-year anniversary. I would like it to come out before then. I really would. You know, fuck, as calm and patient as I am, fuck, that's miles off. 2027 is close enough. You can call it a 10-year anniversary, or do the 10-year anniversary DLC release or some shit. Come on, guys. Come on, do bring it out. Look, you got me going. I built up this mental fortress so that I didn't get overhyped and excited about State of Decay 3. And fucking like that, it's come tumbling down like a house of cards. Give me the game! All right, no, I'm back. I'm good. I'm in control. Players hoping for 2026, but I'm patient. That's a good approach. It's a really good approach. Priscilla's saying late 2026, like in time for Christmas, that sort of thing. They might aim for that, but I think they'll push. Gut feel, of course. This is all just conjecture and bullshit. They're already hiring for post-production designers, coders, but it takes fucking forever to hire someone, I can tell you that. So, yeah, if you're seeing their job adverts out there and stuff, you know, there'll be movements around internally as well, you know. Yeah, there's been some big organization changes at these organizations as well, and I can tell you when that happens, shit stops. Well, at least in the industries that I've worked, gaming might be different, probably is different because it's just so fucking deadline driven. But you know, it's not of nil consequence when people shake up the organization, so that could create delays as well. Best zombie franchise for me as well. Yeah, man. High five. Shh. Not until Xbox 2 comes out. I don't know when that is coming out though. Have we got any real firm dates on that? Not just this, that, but actually like announced by Xbox or Microsoft or whoever the fuck controls things these days. I always get it wrong. That's a genuine question, by the way. That's a genuine question. I honestly don't know. I don't have any consoles. I'm a PCer. So, yeah, that's me. Jason says, I would dare say that State of Decay 1 helped to blow the lid for the zombie survival genre. Oh, mate. As buggy as fuck as State of Decay 1 was, it was a masterpiece in conceptual design. And while it, you know, its graphics don't really stand up to the test of time, CryEngine 3 was beautiful with its lighting. Its textures were, you know, of the era, but its lighting was beautiful and it could create that atmosphere which, from an immersion point of view, you weren't playing a zombie game anymore. These were your avatars, and they were real people too. Comes back to what Priscilla was saying about relationships. These people had relationships. You know, Marcus and Ed and all these heroes which came in. Actually the hero concept is something that I hope they take another look at, because as much as I do love the RNG, having heroes in the game could actually just give it a little bit of give it a bit of something. I don't know. Secret sauce. I don't know what the description is. I don't know, but everyone remembers Shark Hoodie Guy, right? And Eli Wilkinson, you know, those sorts of heroes. So coming back, someone, was it Jason who said they'll put Brian Menard in the game, somewhere like that? Yeah. Maybe as a hero? I don't know. Maybe it could be a recording. If you're reading this, then my channel is dead. The zombies have risen up and taken over. Actually, he'd be in his castle. He'd be fine. He'd fucking hold him off. He'd be no problem. Yeah, he could be in the game. Who knows? That would actually be quite funny. But again, do I want funny or nostalgic, or do I actually want immersion? Or probably immersion is as cool as it would be to have an interactive Brian Menard in State of Decay 3. That would be awesome. But at the same time, maybe not appropriate. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, they could put any and everything in there. It's what they leave out, which is just as important, I think. But they won't put me in there. Fuck. Even if I gave them $1 million, they wouldn't put me in there. I would dare say that State of Decay 1... Oh, yep, read that one. So, yep, 100% agree. 100% agree. Real-time Christmas 2027. Okay. Well, my understanding is that they were building State of Decay 3 for the next evolution of platform, like gaming console. So that could be, those could be interdependent. I don't know. You'd have to do your own research on that, folks. I don't know. But if we're still using the same consoles which came out when State of Decay 2 came out, then I would say it's more than possible that the release of State of Decay 3 will coincide with the release of the next console. You get my drift? Cha-ching. Microsoft can smell money in your back pocket from here. Undead Labs have been working solid in State of Decay 3 since October 24. It's probably been working half-time on it since 2022. Yeah, I guess it became like fucking real for them was when Microsoft came in and bought Undead Labs. It's like, shit, this is really happening. Holy shit, how do we do this? Completely new environment working with those boys, I'm sure. So yeah. And it's probably been in their minds. I mean, there's an artistry that's gone into creating this game as well. You know, you think about Joe and Brant and Jeffrey working together on this, plus many others. I forget her name, but she was described as Spreadsheet Girl. She was my hero because I'm fucking all about the mechanics and how they work. I've had the mechanics explained to me. It's very simple terms by kind of TX Digital and Lone Wolf, Dark Wolves, who did the No Man's Land mod. So I kind of understand how spawns work and why you see what you see when you see them, and the implications of that. And that's why the game feels alive, and why some people think that ferals always turn up when you do this, or every time I do this, this happens, or there's something written in the code. It's not. It's just that things happen at different speeds, different rates, and everything. So sometimes what you get is a swell of activity, which then gets reduced over time, and another swell of activity. And those activities can come in the form many different forms. Lots of different hordes types could show up and fulfill that activity, or it could be freak packs, or it could be that, this, that, the next thing. And then you've got your ambience dotted around the maps, plus any infestations around there. So the whole thing is a lot of different running mechanics, which interlace beautifully to give you the illusion of intelligence, but it's just mechanics, and that sort of thing blows my mind. So yeah, she had a parrot. I forget her name, and so forgive me for that, but she the contribution that people like that make to the game, you cannot underestimate. That's why the game is so fucking good, among other things. That's one of the reasons. Genius. Yeah, absolute genius, those mechanics. They really are. But also next, where are we up to? Sorry, I'm ranting and losing track of the chat. This is a great chat, by the way. I'm really enjoying this. They usually aim for a 6-year generation time span, so probably 26, 27. I could definitely see them wanting those to coincide. Absolutely. You don't have to be a genius to see how those two could go together. But if so, it's a cause for hope. Play says, I'm a current Xbox player, but switching to PC once I save up to 3K. Right. Yeah, I guess I'm hopeless with the controller. That's mainly why I don't play Xbox. Played State of Decay when it was only an Xbox Live game, so yeah, it was a console port, wasn't it? I knew it fucking was. All the better for doing it, though. But yeah, you could tell it was like so console-based in its approach. I think how they brought it over to PC, especially with State of Decay 2, is awesome. Next gen Xbox will also be like $1,000. Wow. That's for their marketing team, right? Their marketing and product team to figure out how much can they charge for something so enough people buy it so they make as much money as possible. $1,000, fewer people buy it. $700, more people buy it. But do enough more people buy it so that they make them most money? Oh, the scenario-based fucking modeling they must be doing now. Rolling around like Scrooge McDuck. It's his chest, working out how to get your dollars. But a State of Decay 3 was similar to Arc Raiders, where it was PvPvE. Right, so I haven't really seen Arc Raiders. If it's related to Arc with the dinosaurs and that sort of thing, never gravitated towards that game. So yeah, never connected with it at all. Like if someone said, hey, here's a free copy, and play it on stream it, I probably wouldn't. It's not something I'm interested in. But the concept of PvPvE in State of Decay 3 is interesting. Will it be in the default standard State of Decay 3 experience where there's PvP elements? I would say almost certainly not. I'm 90% plus sure on that. And that's because State of Decay has always been about communities coming together and fighting the common enemy. Now, sure, there's hostile enclaves and that sort of thing, but there's I think the reason why there's no friendly fire in the game, apart from it just being too hard to manage when there is a siege going on, whether it's half a day or 3 to 4 days of, you know, you setting your people on fire and all of that sort of thing. There's also, that's another way that you can grief people. So I think when they made State of Decay 2, remember State of Decay 2 had that trailer where they fire the flare into the sky and they drive off, and it's about communities coming together to help each other. I think that was really the mindset of State of Decay 2. So if people were firing flares to bring people in to grief them by, you know, using the dev menu to spawn in bloaters and that sort of thing and kill them, one, that's shit. But two, even if you didn't do that and you were just being a jerk, and there was friendly fire, you could accidentally set them on fire, kill them, take their stuff. So that's why there's no friendly fire in State of Decay 2, because it could be way too easy to abuse it and way too hard to protect players from being abused. So that's why we don't have PvP or friendly fire. PvP, I think in State of Decay 3, if there is such a thing, if the community really demands it, and I don't know if enough of the community will demand it, no matter how loud they are. And small communities can be quite loud, and I was one of them back when we were whining that State of Decay 2 wasn't hard enough. So I'm guilty of that as anyone else. But in State of Decay 3, if there was to be a PvP element, I think if you're going to have players taking on players, they would be set engagements. So that could be your replacement for help me out here. The wall attack. Daybreak. Sorry, Daybreak. Yeah, so instead of having Daybreak, you could have a player tournament where it's a small town. Maybe you get a selection and players can play PvP in there, and you've got set characters who are balanced. You've got set weapons which are balanced. The loot's all balanced, and at the end of the day, you don't win or lose anything from your primary gaming communities. Now, whether they could be bothered doing that, which is basically another game, is I don't know. But it's I don't think you'll ever see State of Decay 3 where in the default game, multiplayer or otherwise, that players will be in a PvP environment. I suggested in one of my videos that perhaps there could be an enclave or, you know, super enclave, if you like, in some kind of like some zone which you could go to have a player by PvP experience in the main game, but you wouldn't have to go there and you wouldn't be fighting other players. You'd be fighting bots. Whether that would be worth it or not. But if you went into that zone, you wouldn't be looting containers. There'd be no containers to loot. There'd be no this, that, the next thing. It would basically just be a bit of arcade shooty. Now, that's PvP versus as it exists in my head. I haven't seen the Ark Raiders version of that. But one of the reasons I think that the State of Decay community is so awesome is because there is no PvP. So fewer griefers, fewer dickheads, fewer jerks, more people who play co-op and have fun and enjoy themselves playing multiplayer online. And at the end of the day, I had fun. I lived or I died, but I had fun. And so I think they'll want to capture that rather than introduce anything which, PvP, can't see it. Let's see. PvP would ruin it, says Bob. I agree completely. The State of Decay, if it is, well, unless they, yeah. I mean, if the State of Decay 3 default experience includes PvP, yeah, that sucks. I don't know too many PvP games which aren't things like Fortnite, which have done well. The PvE challenge is fucking enough, isn't it? Bloody hell. And think about it. State of Decay 3, some of the AI they may be, you know, the AI for your NPCs might be brutal. You might not want to play it. You might want other players because at least they make mistakes. Careful what you wish for. Not saying you wished for it, but you know. I've been talking a long time. I'm grabbing for cliches now because my word bag is running empty. Even if State of Decay 3, oh sorry, is on Game Pass, it would still bomb. Yeah, for that PvP. Yeah, I don't think that many people are looking for PvP. Oh, maybe? What does Clay say? I don't know. I think it'll add a depth of feel to it, kind of like Walking Dead at its peak, fighting zombies and humans, but only a thought, nothing serious. Yeah, the problem is, Clay, is not the game. It's going to be people. I'm going to say it. There's a whole bunch of cunts out there who will gladly ruin this game. There's going to be a whole lot of people who love State of Decay 2, or it's the State of Decay series, playing it in the vibe that's what it's been created, and wouldn't love nothing better than to shoot down that big balloon of love and good vibes to satisfy their own fucking cruddy issues, which would make them do that. But they're out there. Let's make the State of Decay 2 content creator cry. You know, they're out there. So nah, not for me. Not for me. I know where you're going. That having a player versus, or human versus human element, let's just call it that, in the game, a bit more developed than what it is, because let's face it, taking on hostiles in State of Decay 2 is a bit mank. They're just bullet sponges. There's all of that. Could be done fucking way better. And I would rather them work on that than introduce PvP and, you know, it's like opening a portal to fucking some nightmare dimension where all these trolls and Skank Hunt 69 comes through and just fucks it for everyone. So no, quite passionate about it. Profanity filter is off. Either that or, yeah. Priscilla, me too. Bob says Steam turned into a podcast. It bloody did, didn't it? So Guru, when are we getting a Guru podcast? I don't know. I don't think I'd be a particularly good podcaster. PS5 Pro is $700. Ah, wow. Okay. Was the PS5 Pro out when State of Decay in 2018 when State of Decay 2 came out? Oh, it's a PvE type game. Right. Helldivers is PvPvE. Right. I haven't seen a lot of Helldivers. Hey, Cap. Good to see you, mate. Happy birthday, brother. I would abuse it, lol. Well, A-Cup's is the authority in my world on Helldivers too, along with some others. And if he's still playing it, Helldivers, and loving it, then they've got that balance of PvPvE about right, I would say. Otherwise, I know A-Cup, and I don't think I'm talking out of turn. If the PvP was ruining the game, he would fucking let them know about it. It's not, but it does have friendly fire. Yeah, see, and you can turn that on and off. We had that in Left 4 Dead. You could turn friendly fire off to varying different degrees. That came down to player skill. I used to turn it up because I got quite good at the game. Not really good, like Dunning-Kruger kind of good. I thought I was good, but probably not. But yeah, that's not for everyone. If you can turn it on and off, that's fine. That's a preference. So that would be okay. That would be okay. But if you had a multiplayer, you had it turned friendly fire turned on, I guess it would be I would accept friendly fire or not blanket wide. This game has friendly fire or not. That could be an option. But then they'd have to, build all the rules and that sort of thing for it. I don't know. they're going to have to, you know, they're not going to be able to do everything. So they are going to have to, you know, really target where they want to put in their energies. And this was the same with State of Decay 2 as well, you know. At least to get the game up off the ground, released in a good state or a great state for the fan base to play. Yeah, thanks, Clay. But yeah, as it stands, the human versus human elements of the State of Decay series could definitely do with a bit of a rework, whether it's hostiles or friendlies or absolutely 100%. 100%. Yeah, I guess it would turn into DayZ community and there are fucking a-holes. I haven't played enough DayZ to meet fucking a-holes. I met Chris, and Chris showed me around CH Hellier, I think, on our Discord. Good dude. Showed me how to kind of get into DayZ and that sort of stuff. I was still rubbish. But I was playing a lot of State of Decay 2 at the time, so, you know, I didn't really push it much further than that. Remember the company that made the Walking Dead game also went out of business? Did they? Hang on, Walking Dead game wasn't player versus player, though. That was wasn't that a story time game? Because I've got Walking Dead. I played a little bit of it, but kind of drifted away from it. We're trying to change the game, just throwing ideas. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Fuck, that's what we're doing, man. Absolutely. There's, like, yeah, throw it out there. Throw it out there. It's all good. It's all good. And a disagreement doesn't, like, mean an idea's, you know, bad or anything. It's just whether you think it would work or not. You have no idea. There might be some brilliant way that they can do it. But I would just hope for me that they, in this particular circumstance for PvP, this scenario. But let's hear some other ideas for sure. PS5 Pro came out last year, I believe, a year before that. Aha. Hang on. PlayStation 5. This isn't... State of Decay 3 is not coming out on PlayStation, though, is it? Or is it? Does someone know? I know, like, sod all about consoles and what's happening in that kind of market. If they've announced that it is, then believe it. If they have not, then take it with a grain of salt. Someone's probably just making stuff up. We're all good, mate. We're all good. We're passionate people discussing things. And when we're doing it with chat and stuff, we can't see each other's faces. We don't know if we're smiling. That sort of thing. It's all good. You guys are all good. The whole thing is that the State of Decay fan base has one way of doing things that's pretty different to the PvPvE type. Yeah. I'm not going to comment on that anymore because I don't know what the PvPvE type is. So I'd probably just end up saying something ridiculous and wrong. So damn, it took me 225. Number 3. Does that really work? Does that really motivate you guys? To me, it's like just a color blur. I don't even see those numbers. Honestly, when you said number 3, I went, number 3? Oh, right. Oh, okay. And that's when it appeared in my vision. Up till then, it was just a blur. Probably come out in State of Decay 3 since Xbox doesn't really have exclusives much anymore. Right. Telltale, yeah, they're the ones. I've got that. Yeah, Telltale. All right, well, see, The Walking Dead was a great show. The Walking Dead was a great series. Up until the point when it wasn't. It's difficult to replicate that, though, because this Walking Dead series, for its good series, was at the outbreak, and State of Decay is going to be 3 is going to be significantly beyond that point, 15, 20 years after. So it's going to be a different approach. Did you know that like the last, I forget where I saw it. It was on YouTube and I took it as rote. That the last episode of the Walking Dead series had like 2 million viewers, whereas like in the middle of series 2 and stuff like that, it had like 90 million, 98, close to 100 million viewers per episode. That tells you all you need to know about how they completely fucked that series. Car. They loot. How they loot for good and other people want when they have, but also fighting off zombies. Yeah, there was that morality balance, you know, and you had the wolves and Sanctuary and the governor and the other guy, Negan and Lucille. So there are a lot of baddies as well. Oh, and Alpha and Beta and all of them. Were they baddies? Trash heap people? When Carl died. Yeah, that was a bit sad. I didn't like the way that they killed Carl off. And the reason is because it was the other guy's fault. They could have let Carl just get killed without it through doing something dumb or just bad luck or anything like that. But they made it so he died giving his life to save the doctor dude. It didn't need that. So suddenly you didn't like the doctor dude because he did something dumb and Carl went to save him and Carl gets bit while the doctor lives. You know, it's all that, you know, perceived injustice stuff. I didn't think it needed it. Halo is no longer an Xbox exclusive. Why would State of Decay 3 be an exclusive? If it's fucking good, man. If it's that good, it can make people buy a new console. If the reviews are good enough. So it might, like, if you said, State of Decay 3 is out with the new console, boom, 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 the reviews are but exclusively on Xbox, blam, 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 blam. Ah, it's coming out on PlayStation next year. What are you going to do? You're going to wait? I don't know what I would do. So I'm asking you guys. I like how Carl lost his eye. That was cool. I actually don't remember that bit. I got up to the bit where they discovered Oceanside, I think. And not because of that, but that's about the time I stopped watching. I just remember that that was kind of like a pivotal point or significant plot thing where I just went, I woke up one morning and just went, you know what? I don't think I give a fuck what they do. By that stage, it was crazy. I like the start of like season 2. They start off, they kick open the door in the house and they're all moving in with crossbows like a well-oiled machine, right? Because they've survived series 1 and now they know their shit and they've got it together and they're doing all this sort of stuff. And then they keep retrograding back to really stupid shit, doing really dumb fucking shit all the way through the rest of the series. I could look past that. I could look past that to a point. But then when they did the whole boomerang storylines where you'd watch a whole fucking episode about people you actually weren't invested in and had to wait 3 weeks or more to find out what was happening with the storyline you were really interested in, killed it. Killed it. Has it? Yeah, it's been over 4 hours, man. To be fair, we've been playing up until the last 5 minutes. He lies. What's your favorite zombie movie? 28 Days Later. Ooh. Favorite zombie movie? Day of the Dead. Day of the Dead had enough gore at the end of it, but it's really a human drama with zombies. The zombies are the agents, but they're not the protagonists. I thought that was awesome. Honorable mentions. The new Dawn of the Dead. I like that. I might be saying a travesty, but if I line it up with the original Dawn of the Dead, which was good, movie by its own right, and new Dawn of the Dead had the advantage of standing on its shoulders to produce that. I think they did a really good job of that. I like CJ. He's cool. I like Zombieland. Kind of, you know, beer and pretzels, but yeah, very good film. I enjoyed it. Kind of finished a bit weakly with the whole Pacific Playland thing, you know. Yeah, let's light up the Zombieland 2 was shit though. Fucking garbage. Dawn of the Dead is really good. Yeah, it is. Best intro to a zombie film? Zombieland. I'm not a massive Metallica fan, but that was a perfect fit. That gets you pumping. The zombie running the female gymnast or workout lady rolling down, chasing the other lady with her, and her drink spilling out. That was a fucking best zombie extra I've seen in a long time. Apart from the guy with one arm in Dawn of the Dead, he was frightening as well. You know the one. You know the one. Yeah. For whom the bell tolls. That's the one. Yeah. I shall stop singing because I'll get copyrighted because it sounds almost exactly the same as the original. We've been playing up until the last 5 minutes. Yeah. Hey, that's cool. That's cool. Fox just got done with no HUD stream and survived. Oh, well done. Well done, you. I've just been sitting here talking shit. Talking about State of Decay 3 for a long time. What do you reckon? Should I cut it out and just do a separate video? Guru talks shit about State of Decay 3? World War Z zombies were way too fast. Actually, so World War Z is completely different to the book. Like, completely different to the book. The book is cool. The movie is cool. I liked the movie. Problem with it was it had Brad Pitt in it, and as we know, Brad Pitt can't die. So you had to kind of, once you've said, oh, it's Brad Pitt, it's like, okay, how do we get to the end of the movie with Brad Pitt? That was the only thing. Yeah. But yeah, it had some cool visuals and the concept of the zombies climbing the wall, that sort of thing. I've actually got World War Z the game. I bought it on special like ages ago. I haven't even installed it yet. I'm waiting for that time when, I don't know, 300 people say play World War Z. So yeah, after State of Decay 3 comes out, maybe. He can't. He's not allowed. Z to Zs. Oh, it's all in the lexicon. You know, Zs, Zs, zombies, whatever's. Workers, biters, lurkers, lurchers, sprinters, joggers. Whatever you want to call them. Yeah. Other zombie movies that I have liked. Fuck. Put me on the spot. 28 Days Later, I did like on the second viewing. I didn't like it on the first viewing. 28 Weeks Later, I didn't like on the first viewing. I liked it more on the second viewing. The latest one is it's a god-awful mess, but if you enjoy it, for what it is, chapeau, you know, enjoy it. Enjoy it. Some people, it's really polarized people. I had to read some reviews and stuff on it to see why people hated it, why people loved it. There's very little middle ground. It was kind of funny. Some of the reasons people hated it, I actually liked. Some of the people loved it were the reasons that I didn't like it. Aren't people weird? Night of the Living Dead back in the 60s. Yeah, probably a good film. I have seen it, but at the same time I found, you know, it was the first time they make a movie. It's like looking back to the first Dracula and going, wow, that was such an amazing film. Unless you know how to make films, which I don't, I can't really kind of pick out, look at the black and white films and kind of go, yeah, that's great. But hey, I'm very grateful to it because it spawned the zombie era. So awesome. Night of the Living Dead back in the 60s. There was also the Night of the Living Dead in the 80s or the 70s. The funny ones. Horror comedies. All right, Jason, we'll catch you later, 10:30. Yeah, fair enough. I need to get some lunch as well. It's nearly 10:30. Watching Dawn of the Dead original tonight. All right. Yes, sweet. Absolutely. Dawn of the Dead original. So, in Dawn of the Dead original, it did have me think there's two things on movies, and then I'll probably sign off because people need to go to bed and shit like that. In Dawn of the Dead, when the guy gets bitten in the elevator, the doors close, wonderful scene, and then the doors open and he's a zombie. He retains enough memory to know where his friends were, to lead the other zombies through the fake wall and up to them. In 28 weeks later, it seems to come across similarly that when I forget his name, but the guy kisses his wife and gets, I can't even remember the actor's name, and though I love him, I think he's great. Kisses his wife and contracts it, that the rage virus directs its rage more at people they know. So if they know, you know, versus a stranger, that emotional connection gets where they might spare someone because they look at it and they, underneath the rage, they realize that they love it. No, it's the other way around. It magnifies the emotion, magnifies the rage. So they go, oh, the love comes up and it just gets turned into rage. And so it's even worse. I like picking up things like that in the films as well. They might not be real. I might be just kind of like inserting reasons for things happening because I have no other explanation. But hey, if you can't do that with movies, then what can you do? Sweet. Anyway, folks, I'm gonna call it there after this rant. Thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the series and the ad hoc podcast at the end. Yeah, I just really enjoyed the chat. It's been awesome. All right. Thank you so much for watching. I'll turn off now. Bloody hell. Need to get some food in me. That's for sure. Dying. All right. Thank you so much for hanging out tonight. I really do appreciate it. Really, really, really do. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe we'll do a podcast in the future. Something like that. I'll have a think about it. Let me know in the comments. Hit me up in Discord if you think it's a good idea or got any suggestions. I'm all ears. Wherever you are in the world, go in peace. Hope to see you for the next one. Ka kite. Bye for now.